The road to VCT Ascension 2025 is long and savage. Across 3 stages, Challengers NA teams have battled for their shot at promotion. Each stage features a Swiss group stage and a top 8 double elimination playoffs. Teams earn circuit points based on their playoff finish. The deeper you go, the more you earn. First place qualifies for the Ascension tournament. Then 80 points for second place, down to 30 points for 8th. Consistency is key. Every point matters. At the end of Stage 3, 2 teams will move on. The Stage 3 champion qualifies directly. The top team in circuit points takes the second spot. If one team claims both, the next best in points ascends. Consistency, dominance, clutch factor. That's what it takes to rise. Welcome to the fight for VCT Ascension.
Exactly what Core needs to do. Moves, delivering SCA. The head of him. Ion isolates 1, 2, 3, and the 4th.
30 seconds left. Speed. 1 enemy remaining. Bye-bye.
On a good day, we can beat anybody, and we just need to understand that our game is capable of beating anybody.
First Swiss stage, we went 4-0. Second Swiss stage, 4-0 again. Ended up winning stage 2. Doing pretty good, 3-0. We're just planning on winning this one and going to Ascension and showing the same.
Welcome everyone to the grand finals of the VALORANT Challengers North America Stage 3 playoffs. An entire stage, an entire year coming down to this. We have our teams for Ascension locked, but now to go that one step further and crown yourself champion. It's going to be a great day today. I cannot wait, everyone. My name is Sarah Dawn. I'll be your host, and I'm joined here with the desk. We have the Roy Stronglegs and the Dan Dryad. Dan, how are we doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm super excited for the grand finals today. I feel like the whole year we've been waiting for this moment, even though we already have our teams qualified for Ascension. You know, just being that #1 seed, being able to say that you were able to win the grand finals, it's something really cool every single time. And even though there could be some clear favorites, you never know what can happen in a grand final like this one.
You really don't. And as well, I mean, even if teams for Ascension are locked, Roy, when you're looking at that confidence, like that extra, like, yeah, we're going into Ascension as a champion, like that has to feel good as well for these 2 teams competing today.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's the ultimate display of strength, guys, to close off the season. You want to feel good. You want to feel confident for that Ascension tournament. That's really all what it's been leading up to. So I completely agree. I think this grand finals is a lot more than just seeding. Obviously, the seeding could define many things, but I think the confidence, you know, just having the satisfaction of a nice, clean win right here would go a long way for either of these teams.
And I'm hoping for a great grand finals today because, Dan, yesterday, our lower finals definitely delivered. Of course, it was 2 teams fighting for their chance to be in the grand finals. Core fighting for the opportunity to make it to Ascension. And there was a map that went the distance, a whole 5-map series.
It was incredible. It is one of the best of 5s that we've seen, not in Challenges, but I think in VALORANT itself, with how back and forth it was, with how many overtime, well, 1 overtime in the 13-11s that we had, 13-10. It was only that last map that was not as close, but it was just a showcase of how good these teams are and the mental effort that they had to put into going into that 5th map, making sure that TSM was going to close it out at the end. I feel like I loved a lot of the things that you saw, whether it was some of the plans that they came with before the match and also some of the adaptations they had to adapt and do throughout the series. So it was really, really good. It was so fun. It was very long for sure, but I think both of the teams were super proud of everything that they were able to do based on the things that we saw on social media. And for TSM, it was a great achievement as well, moving to the grand finals once again.
I think this match was almost nostalgic, guys. Like it made me really reflect on like how long of a journey this has been from the beginning of the year until now. We've seen so much growth and evolutions from these teams, from these players, and it's just like, wow, like it really hit me. Like we're at the end of the season. These players have all grown so much. These teams have all gotten so much better. The level of competition is just so nice to see right now. Everyone feels like they're playing at their highest form. Obviously, we knew, headed into the end of split 3, things were going to get very heated, and things are hot and ready to go, guys.
You know where it hit me? When Timotino was in that interview talking about how it was a little bit of a bittersweet feeling to take down his old team of core in a series that was so close, and also denying them the chance for ascension. Because you talk about Timotino and what our expectation is at the beginning of the year, and the way that he's evolved as a player to what he is now, eliminating his old team and moving to the grand finals, and it's just so cool to see.
And that's the thing as well. This has been a crazy year for some of the players. So to see where they've landed up and the success that they've been able to reach, it's been really nice, especially too with this current iteration of TSM. They look on form, they look peak performance, and they'll need that today because they're going up against, I mean, Roy, the envy of it all, the team that has been talked about as one of the best teams, and the team that did have a great run through this upper bracket as well.
I mean, from rankers to now, this team, guys, has only dropped 4 officials in VCL throughout the entire year. I mean, this team is the pillar of consistency, which is so weird to think about, right? Because like we consider them puggy and we call them brawly, but like they have been consistent. The stats are there, the records are there. They've been the most consistent team. It's just insane to see, and for them to close it off in the grand finals, it couldn't be any more iconic of a finish, to be honest.
So they'll still have a TSM to get through, a TSM that has been scaling. So it's not going to be for free whatsoever, which I think is going to be super exciting, especially too, since it wasn't Envy that dropped TSM down to that lower bracket to be kicking off our playoffs in a very strong 2-0 fashion, I will say as well. So I feel like going into this, TSM had to prove themselves throughout this lower bracket. They did that, and now they have the chance to enact their revenge on Envy and prove themselves to be the best team that we have here in Stage 3 Challengers. It is going to be a good one. So let's start talking about the matchup for today, the grand finals of VALORANT Challengers North America. Envy going up against TSM, the best, most consistent team we've had all year, up against a TSM that's had its struggles but has come out the other side stronger. But talking about Envy first, I mean, Dan, there has been a reason that this has been hailed as not just one of the favorite teams in Challengers, but people already talking about this being one of the favorite teams in Ascension as well. Envy, they almost never disappoint.
Ever since that stage 2, I feel like everybody started talking about them. Honestly, since last year when they were rankers, and they came out of nowhere, everybody was just having these conversations of, oh, this is a team that plays double duelist every single time. They play Euro every single time, and yet they're still winning, and they continue to win, and they continue to be at this point in the grand final. And like you said, as one of the favorite teams going into Ascension, everybody knew that they were going to make it far with the points that they had, and also the achievements that they were able to do, the things that they were able to solve throughout the year. They talked about, how they needed to lose to, learn how to deal with the pressure because they have such young players. But now coming into this, they already got that experience. They already got those losses as learning experiences. So going into it, I mean, we'll just say that they're the favorites for a reason. I feel like we're absolutely going to be seeing that today.
I think that's crazy for us to consider them favorites because of the fact that like this team is such a mix of players, right? Like you have players that have mostly been rankers that have never really competed. You have players that are like young superstars. You have veterans and Inspire. I'm not surprised, obviously, to see in playoffs, considering the entire year they've been extremely consistent. But like, if you, in the beginning of the year, you look at this roster, you don't really know how they're gonna pan out. Like, you see the talent, you see the raw potential, but for them to end the year in such a strong fashion, for them to have such a crazy record, one of the most consistent we've ever seen in VCL, is honestly just insane. And for me, the craziest thing about this team, guys, is the fact that there's such in contrast to the 2024 M80, who are like perfect macro, perfect strategy, great read on the meta, right? But they struggled a lot with micro. This team feels like the complete opposite. Like they have their own identity. They don't even care about a meta. They have their own play style. And like their micro is just so insanely strong. And has been hard carrying them throughout every single match. The individuals, the intuition that this team has, just like the free flow team play, it's all just so on point.
And nobody else can say that they can do anything even close to that. This team has gone through this double duelist meta from before it was a meta to when a lot of teams were actually playing this to now a post double duelist meta where people are actually going double controller. They're going for different approaches, and yet they're still committed to doing this that has been working out so well for them. And like you're saying, they're never even overcomplicating things. You don't see a defense or attack round where it just seems like they have multiple layers planned out of many things that they want to do. Like you see other more methodical teams. For them, it's just taking those fights and knowing that it's either them getting the kills, them getting traded, but they're for sure going to secure it that way.
And Roy, something you were talking about was the mix of players on this team, the fact that we have the veterans and the young superstars. And I want to talk about one of the young superstars, someone who we didn't see on that original iteration of Rankers, but instead joined in after that stage 3 last year in Ion. One of these young players that I feel like for a good chunk of this year didn't get talked about, Roy, nearly enough. And someone that, I mean, the conversation's been forced to talk about him because of how much of a step up he's had, especially as of stage 3 and late.
Yeah, I think in the beginning of the year, he was largely overshadowed by KaneZera, guys. KaneZera was just overperforming to an absolutely crazy extent. Talking about anyone else would have been honestly troll. But now that the year has settled, the performances have settled, we've really seen Ion come to shine. And I actually love watching this player in the controller role because he doesn't really adhere to the standard of controller players. Like, he doesn't try to preserve his life too much. He doesn't overvalue his utility. His impact is always there. He's an extremely annoying force to deal with. He's a strong mechanical player. He's fearless. He has no hesitation when it comes to re-clearing space. You'll see him walking through smokes without any hesitation, no fear in his eyes, and he'll find so much value for his team. And I think for us to highlight him headed into the end of the year is honestly just so deserved because of how well he's been performing and how much value he's brought to this team.
I think it really shows when you look at the first kills that everybody in this team is getting. It's not just the duelists, but it's also Ion, for example. And I feel like there's some maps like Sunset, for example, where you really get the chance to see it. Sometimes they're on the attack side, they're playing a 2-3, and then you see Ion alongside KaneZera, and it's either Ion getting the opening or getting the trader right away for KaneZera on the Neon. It's little things like that that you maybe expected with an Initiator being supported a little bit more, but they're just doing it in a way that it doesn't matter what combination of players you have to take a little bit more of control of that side. It's always going to work out, and they're always looking for those kills that they're going to get.
And to be able to see this evolution of Rankers Envy throughout the year and that consistency has been really, really nice. But I want to talk about this evolution now of TSM and the season that they've had, because TSM, I mean, you talk about the consistency of Envy, and I feel like for TSM, their story is so drastically different. This is a team that going into stage 3, you have 2 really big switch ups in Timotino and Alvin Boy joining. It's a team as well that we see like at the beginning of the year, Roy, that Vora is joining in, and it's a TSM that we've seen sometimes really just drop, but I love how they've been able to rebuild and climb up, and this TSM's now looking so strong.
Yeah, I think in the beginning of the year, they just had a lot of expectations. Obviously, things weren't going their way. They revamped their roster. There was a lot of criticisms, right? There was a lot of doubt whether this roster was going to rise back to the top level. And it felt like they never really found their footing. But in like the most TSM fashion possible, when people start to write this team off, when it matters most, this team just always finds themselves, and they manage to clinch a spot in Ascensions. It's honestly just insane to see. I think it's from mine, it's at least safe to say that VCL is honestly just always a little bit more interesting with TSM in the mix.
TSM is, I feel like they're just peaking right now with the individual performances that every single one of these players has been putting throughout this lower bracket, which is insane because we talk about the team that comes from the lower bracket, but it's not usually from round 1. And that round 1 loss that they took, as we mentioned before, was against Envy. Envy took them here. They had to go play 3-4 matches in a row, including that long match that we saw yesterday, to make it all the way back to this rematch.
I mean, Liz had an interview with their coach, and they were talking about just how much work every member of this team puts in. And it's not oh, you have to work in forcing the players. Like, they are all just so committed. They're grinding out through the game. They want to be here. They want to put in that work. And I feel like we've really gotten to see that true showcase of it now as TSM in the grand finals, have a locked Ascension spot, and have that opportunity to be a champion here. And looking back at the players as well, this has to feel good for a couple of them, especially to looking at that core that we did see Ascension last year. And let's talk first about GMD, because GMD yesterday, Dan, had a fantastic performance, and you know that this has to mean so much to him too, considering his legacy here on TSM.
That was insane, by the way. As we mentioned,
Right.
one of the craziest matches that we've gotten the chance to see. But you also have a GMD, your controller player, getting 106 kills total to close it out, and also getting 15 first kills. It was insane. He had so many amazing moments. I feel like he's just one of these players that is able to and is willing to take these risks by himself, that sometimes, you know, you start to worry, what is my Omen doing? But it ends up turning out well, and exactly the way that TSM wants. The fact that he's willing to be that risk taker for the team is what allowed them to capitalize from so many of these rounds and so many of these openings. So I'm super impressed with GMD. As I mentioned before, this is the best version of TSM that we've seen, but the best version of these players individually that we've ever seen.
Yeah, I think the growth, I think the kind of the path for TSM to get here has forced GMD to evolve in so many different ways, right? From the plus IGL to the minus IGL to now just sort of playing the controller role as a sort of playmaker. I think it's like the perfect final evolution for him, to be honest. I think he's found his footing. He seems to be providing a ton of value for his team, and it always feels like he's in so many good positions to like play make, change the outcomes of the round, and kind of just control the flow of the round for his team. And it makes so much sense that it's him, right? Because he knows how to win. He knows how to get to these tournaments. He knows how to get to Ascensions. He's done it before, and he's confident in it. And the fact that they have this sort of like leader who's always willing to like make these plays, take these risks, probably helps everybody else on the team also feel like they can make plays of themselves and kind of just be confident.
I mean, a couple of the rounds yesterday where he was just single-handedly dismantling what Core was trying to do. I mean, tough player to go up against, and we've gotten to see so much growth here, but also on another member of the team, of this Core team in Seven, especially too with the fact that Seven's just so flexible here, Dan. Seven just plays anything, and he plays it to such high effect too. And like even yesterday, we really got to see a lot of that on Showcase.
This has always been what Seven is. He's just a very flexible player. He's also very, very good no matter what he's playing. And I feel like, as you were mentioning yesterday, we got to see just a little bit of that. We had our questions on, you know, they were playing a Sage and Lotus. We had our questions on what exactly are they bringing with the Sage, and he was just so creative, even in Ascent as well. It was a little bit of the standard walls that we're used to seeing for them to cross into side, but also just the thing that we were mentioning, a side and on Ascent, just a wall right in the middle of sight for no reason, just for that extra protection as he's trying to deal with a duel, and it just works out. It's incredible. He's so good. He's so funny to watch for some of the things that he's able to do. But I mean, incredibly consistent, and one of the core pieces that went to Ascension last year, and you have that experience to bring a little bit more confidence to the players coming in today.
Yeah, I love that he's sort of like embraced the cringe. Like he's judging from heaven. He's owning from heaven.
Yeah.
But for me, guys, I feel like Seven is the glue of the TSM roster. Like he's the one that allows everything to happen. He's the one that allows all these comps to feel so effortless because he plays so many different roles. He's on Sage, he's on Breach, he's on like a Chamber, he's on Omen. He seems to play all these roles so well, and all of them just have like different like tickings, right? They have different clock timings, if you will. And like the fact that he can play them all so seamlessly and still put the numbers that he puts up is just so insane to me.
Yeah, and there's one more person for TSM that we have to be talking about, especially too when you talk about that growth throughout the year, even if majority of it wasn't on TSM. Have to talk about Timotino and talk about him in comparison and contrast with the two duelists that we have on the side of Envy. Because Timotino, I mean, what he's managed to be pulling off, not just this stage, but throughout the season, has been insane. But he definitely has a tough task up against him today with the fact that, Roy, this is that double prong approach that Envy is known for, and both have been frying as of late.
Yeah, we need to get Timotino some backup on this graphic. He's in the 1v2 right now.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, it makes complete sense, right? Like he has to diff Kayn Zera, he has to diff Exter. And I feel like the tricky thing in this lineup is the fact that Kayn Zera and Exter both are such different players with like kind of their own instinct. And my cat just jumped everywhere because the food alarm just went off. But
My cat just jumped too.
but yeah, just like the fact that Timotino has to deal with these completely two different styles of duelists, completely two different like styles of players is going to be so interesting. But yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you, Sarah. I think the growth that Timotino has shown throughout this year is insane. I feel like we kind of had expectations on this player at some point. We realized he was a very strong player, and I don't think many of us were surprised when he made the swap to TSM.
And even just the growth on because we've talked so much about Timotino's growth, but even Kayn Zera and Exter, I mean, the fact that it can be a pretty flat composition when you're looking at the fact that Envy run a lot of the same thing, but these two players make it anything but that. Zera has shown that he's been a bit more flexible with a couple of these comps that they've outsourced to. And Eggster, even if just on the Yoru, the impact that he's had, even in a couple of those solo duelist games when Zera does play something else, I think has been really, really nice to see. So I think too, for Envy, now looking ahead at a best of 5 and looking ahead at this journey ahead, there is a lot of good there. But let's talk about the short journey we have and get on with this series. Because talking about a best of 5, TSM just played one yesterday. And now, I mean, there is a lot of momentum there, but maybe a little tiredness with another best of 5 ahead. But starting it off, it's going to be Envy with that first poke. And Dan, they're going to be picking up Sunset as the first map of the series.
And also, of course, just to remind everyone, Envy gets the 2 bans as well, the 2 bans in the first pick. So the map of Sunset is, I feel like it's pretty smart. Both the teams, they haven't, mainly for Envy who picks this, they haven't played it that much, but it's pretty good, especially last time that we got the chance to see it. While on the other side for TSM, they've only played it once this year, and it was against YFP. They won it 13-4, but I mean, just trying to capitalize on the fact that you might not have as much experience and you're going into a grand final, this extra pressure to go into this map first. I think it makes perfect sense on the decision making for Envy. And going into Haven, we mentioned it before, we talked about it a lot. TSM is great on this map, and it's a map that they played in last time that these two teams face each other. So I'm excited to see if things are going to change around a little bit. I feel like if you're on the side of TSM, you know that this is not going to be a 3-0. You know that you're going for the long run once again.
Yeah, and I think the really weird thing with this, the kind of like veto advantage that Envy has, obviously being the upper finalists, is the fact that they have the double bans, and the fact that they removed Icebox and Corrode as like some of TSM's best maps is very tough. And I feel like that kind of immediately puts TSM at a disadvantage. But yeah, I think Sunset, honestly, got to reiterate, Sunset is a great map for both of these teams. At least the last time we saw TSM play it, they had a pretty good series on it. They're running the old school comp with KO and Sova. I'm not really sure. I mean, none of us are, whether they've made changes or not, so it's really hard to say. But we've seen Envy play. They look fantastic on it. But yeah, skipping all the way to Lotus, I feel like that map is also very good for both of these teams. I feel like this best of 5 is going to be very tight. It could go either way. I think there's certainly a lot of pressure on the first 2 maps. I feel like if TSM want to go the entire way, they need a clean win on either map 1 or map 2 to make this a lot easier for them.
I mean, we haven't seen that Sunset in about a month, and it's been a TSM that with more and more reps have been looking stronger and stronger. So I'm definitely intrigued for that first map. But talking about the series, let's get our official predictions in here. Our final predictions of Valorant Challengers North America. And Roy, what is this?
Listen, guys, I've been voting against Envy all season long. I think it's time for me to jump ship. Envy, I'm on your side today. I'm ready for this win. Take me home. Triad, you've chosen TSM. What are your thoughts?
Well, that's crazy, by the way, but okay, that's fine. That's fine. My little narrative for today. Let me check my notes. No, I'm just kidding. But my narrative for today is TSM. They have more experience. Last year, they made it to the grand final right before Ascension as well, when everybody was doubting them. And guess what? Everybody's still doubting them. So you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna get the win today. They had the experience of yesterday. That yes, it could be exhausting, but that is not something that Envy has a chance to do. And I feel like, you know, some teams benefit from just playing a few matches, getting ready, prepping for the grand final. But because Envy is such a unique team that they're just always playing their own style, TSM just benefits more from these reps that they've been able to get in the lower bracket. They've sent 2 players internationally, as we talked about, for GMD and 7, and I just think they're great. I think Timotino is amazing, and he was super sweet in that interview yesterday. So those are my great points that I haven't. I don't have any notebook or anything to, but yeah.
See, I just like winning predictions, and I haven't gone against Envy yet. They've only let me down once, so I feel like I gotta go with them today. But let's get into the first map of the series, because again, Roy, you've set the stakes that these first 2 maps are going to be so important for TSM to try and get off on the right foot here. And with Sunset being the first one, and it being a bit since we've seen it, I'm curious about that. But how are we feeling about the agents now that we got the confirmation of everything here?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm not seeing any surprises. TSM looked great the last time they played it. Obviously, they've probably made some iterations. They've had a lot of time to practice it and kind of just pocket change the way they're approaching it and sort of catch Envy off guard. But I feel like, again, the defense side for TSM with KO, it's a lot more informational. Yes, they have a little bit more counter utility, but there's going to be a ton of pressure on them to be proactive. You definitely do not want Envy to get all the space for free. They have the double duelist. They're going to want to brute force. They're going to want to fight a lot into you, whether it's through A main, whether it's through middle. So I'm expecting TSM to be very proactive on their defense sides, get a lot of value from the flash peaks and kind of re-clears towards that A main and control A main as much as possible to get their numbers where they need to be to defend against this really strong Envy.
Envy, when they were playing against Core and they won that 13-3, they were not doing anything too complicated with this composition on attack where they're starting with. They were playing this 2-3. Sometimes they were playing this 3-1-1 early into the round, but then it turns into a 5-stack to go for that side hit. If TSM is able to capitalize a little bit more, put a little bit more pressure towards mid, I feel like that's a great solution to what Envy wants to do on this attack side in some way that they can get the early rounds to start this series off.
Very first map of the grand finals is Envy with the pick, a TSM that's grown so much. Time to see getting into this, how each team is feeling on the day. Let's head over to our very first map. And to your casters, it's none other than Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much. Great preamble from our desk for what's going to be a pretty incredible matchup. But, you know, we set the stakes a fair bit. I think, you know, that both these teams will be representing at Ascension. However, an important opportunity to take the temperature of this TSM team who yesterday, to the credit Wyatt, were able to be successful in a very grindy series against Core without Timotino just taking over the game. Generally, like, he was involved in like 56 first kill, first death scenarios. And honestly, it was pretty close to 50% for him. Kim already stepped up. That's been covered by the desk as well. But these guys in this form have not beaten Envy in challenges. That's very important. Envy also look to be back to their best.
I'm super excited to see more of this Envy team. We were talking yesterday, Mitch, briefly on one of the maps about the state of the meta, especially with double duelists, since we saw so many teams try to run that in VCT, and they ended up all going out early in the playoffs. But this Envy team, they are the OGs of double duelists. They've been running this since late last year. They're continuing to make it work. We'll see if that's going to be the case yet again today, and they could take down another stage here of Challengers Americas.
It was not a close game against Core for Envy on this map. They were aggressive, they were accelerating constantly and giving absolutely no breathing room. In this case, much the same. Oh, what was that from Exeter? Good correction there as Vora was tucked on the left. He's able to deal with him as he comes out. Timo knows he has to be the standout player in this matchup, and unfortunately, all he can achieve is that one pick, leaving it to 7. He'll probably have his face shot off.
I gotta say, I'm super excited to watch more specifically of Exeter play, because when this roster began, when they were on that initial run late in 2024, and even into the early leg of this year, I feel like Kizoru was leaning way more into that gimmick territory. But as the year has gone on, I feel like he's been able to integrate that flair that he has, but with playing a more sound game overall. And in this playoff run, he's had his best games against the best competition, against TSM earlier in the bracket, against Cubert Academy, against Core. So it's feeling like he's stepping up in the most critical games against the top competition and challengers, and has, I think, really developed as a player over the course of this year.
And we just saw this a ton from Exeter. These walk-ups with a scoped weapon in towards A main last time we saw Envy go up against Core, and it worked pretty brilliantly. And this is maybe not the perfect test of this approach, given that TSM just lost the pistol. But once again, X is able to stride on up in that A direction with 3 players there, and a correct call on Envy. The gamble is on that part of the side. There's just no coverage here for Alvin towards that mid side of the map. There's no one watching it. He's just got his back to the play.
That when Inspired gets that mid information, here's the rotate back from Alvin. You can see immediately that Envy realized going for the B split is certainly the best option in this scenario. They get the plant down easy mode, and if I'm Exeter, I'm ready to go hunting, and it looks like that is going to be the idea, given that he throws that outlaw over to Poppin, picks up the Guardian, get close to that dimensional drift. I mean, honestly, could even have it for this next round. He's just 2 orbs away.
And now we clear the stragglers. As TSM hoping to catch Envy unaware, but they seem to have eyes in every direction. So the flawless anti-eco goes off without a hitch, essentially. Only Ion taking any damage. And Envy working the map supremely well. And, you know, we're always kind of talking about the contrast between this team and the M80 of last year, who were much more methodical, played without duelists on Icebox, for example, were very macro-oriented. Envy do feel in many senses to be the opposite end of that spectrum. But I also feel that they supplement their raw shooting ability with a really good understanding of how to work the map. And I think Inspire helps them a huge amount in that regard. He's always able to work mid, always able to take space and happy to fight for it as well. Envy are really strong in the macro sense as well, just in a different manner.
Spike down A.
Bold from Poppin to step out that far past the dark cover. No one to trade off of him. And even if they attempted to, they would have also just been covered up by that one-way. Cage allows Inspire to go on the spike retrieval mission. But in this 4-on-5 with a weak weaponry, going to be quite the challenge for Envy. You know, could have seen them trying to go for maybe the round the world, get both orbs for Eggster, but they are fully denied on A.
I will say it's interesting to walk that one way with such confidence. I'm not sure about that. Very much easy for Timo. Yeah, Timo to win that encounter. It's a bit of a non-issue. However, damage coming in. Alvin tagged up on the site. Timo we're going to get there. Vora also took a hit earlier on, so Envy get great chip damage before they even get onto this B site proper. And Alvin is still tucked here, but all that Cypher util's gone. But time's been bought for TSM to set up for Boba. And 7 explodes onto the site while dealing with Ion. And that spike might be headed out of here. Kane, though, has to stay and fight. He's boxed in.
About to get flanked as well, gets one, but that should be all. And it is. Was scared for a second. Inspire will be able to get this free plant. Just has the stinger at the moment, though, so hopes of a 1v3 clutch with that weapon going to be incredibly slim.
10 seconds left.
At least the economy will get a little boost.
And that, of course, Cybercage is going to give him a bit of early notice. He does hear the flicker of it. So Inspire is definitely up against the odds, especially having taken that amount of damage around the corner. Timo, though, gets slapped. Should be a simple matter of a triple swing here. Triple swings by anybody. As Inspire will fall back in that spawn direction. Timo puts him out of his misery. And there's that gun round found for TSM. Very much in this game. And a couple of oversights maybe from Envy in that round allowed TSM to get in.
Yeah, really didn't need to go down one player straight off the jump. And then when they go for that B side execute late, I like how Alvin Boy is able to play it, just retaining that backside space, which allows TSM to flood through Boba pretty easily. And
well, that's why one ways are good, chat.
Initial kills here, yeah, 7 able to take out Ion back sight. That's also why you don't walk through them.
That's why Omen's that good. The fact that he was even getting used on Bind at one point over the brim just because of that one-way potential. Tell you everything you need to know. Jockey meets Cam. And it will be the Cypher Vision shutdown inside B lobby here, but more of a default stance on the round. This time, we are now respecting the one-way. Character development here from Envy. And now we're even potential walk-up too.
In that final stage of VCT, America's Omen was by far the highest pick rate agent, I believe, like something 75% or so. Basically just ran everywhere. The Clove, very rare. That's a crazy entry.
Wow, come on, through the cyber cage.
Play the lottery, play the lottery.
It's going to take the wind out of their sails though, isn't it? Ion gets the better of him eventually, but it's still to the favor of TSM numbers-wise. 2 players up inside elbow. And Envy now can work their way out onto the site, but TSM are getting themselves arranged. There'll be a late wrap here from 7. 2 players set up on short. Softening them up a little bit is Vora. And Poppin, frankly, just gets dropped on. Good response here from TSM, and this is the kind of model we've seen for teams who've been able to find success against Envy. Just patient play, solid fundamentals, and maybe a little sprinkle of magic there like that Gimon 2-piece.
Yeah, that was quite fortunate, but I also like how 7 is able to play that situation late and goes for that fairly quick flank into elbow, which the remaining 2 Envy players did not expect at all. Plus, Poppin just has to cover Ion when he's sticking the spike default plant, so he gets a free kill there. I really liked 7's game yesterday. I think he was playing very intelligently against Core in that lower final.
I don't know if he played a rifle round. I don't think he picked up a Vandal or Phantom at any point, but
No, a lot of Judge, a lot of Odin.
Yep. No Sheriff.
And it worked.
Yeah, it's brought that, I think, that entire conversation about Odin back into vogue. On a map like this, though, I don't particularly think Seven will be that way inclined. He's got eyes on top mid right now, and Aspire is being pretty tentative about how he takes control of that part of the map. Actually playing for a bit more aggression than TSM look to be ready to provide. And Timo now gets to post up on an extremity with the op. And against this kind of round from Envy, where they are more lightly armed, you definitely expect something like the gate crash across the way. Timo's going to be forced to the line. That is dirty from Exter. And it's an operator handed over to Envy. What a great way to unravel that setup. And now they've got side control. Straight through the smoke, they're going to come, but Envy ready for them to some degree. And that's the relay bolt setting it up. Exter with 3 kills for the round. 1 with the Frenzy, 2 with the op inside, and now there's no choice but for TSM just to walk up. And again, it's more than once in a blue moon that these rounds get thrown in for Envy. That is
that is such an Envy moment. I was going to say, how are they going to clear this operator in main? You know, they have some options, maybe like throw down the cage, pop out of it with multiple players, because they didn't have that drone for popping, which is going to be the main tool. But now Exter just goes for the classic Yoru trick play with the gate crash combo flash. That was really sick. Kane hit some snappy shots at the end, but yeah, Exter gets with a 3-piece with the op as well. That is insane. And that's kind of what I'm saying about Exter, right? Like, I think he's developed the more technical side of Yoru, playing a more sound game as the year has gone on, but will still throw in those trick plays that you don't really see other Yorus going for. And he picks the opportune time for it there.
Alvin here is going to see all of this coming. Multiple bodies spotted from Envy, having made the round, able to get this site for free. It does appear the TSM set up for very much a retake. Vora with the Hunter's Fury, and Timo hasn't bought a rifle, so you know he's looking for some overdrive value. We'll open up with the Hunter's Fury, though. Vora, a lot of lights up on that side. It's Ion that will have to have that ult drawn out of him, and Kane gets active immediately over by the link side. It's going to be relay bolts traded out, fast lane thrown up. Timo, though, doesn't seem to respect it. He wants to take this engagement. Ion, though, makes use of his spare life, and Kane follows him up. Just unreal trading capacity from this Envy squad. These guys can shoot. Exter's low. Bit of a self-flash there, but you'll note that the spike is heading in the most circuitous direction possible. Envy got that link control and are using it to get to B.
30 seconds left.
It feels like they just have absolutely no right to come out on top in this situation. Ion playing that late flank position in spawn, holding the off angle. GMD, yeah, no, cooked. Exter waiting in tiles. Envy just get away with winning low percentage win chance rounds with such an unbelievable consistency. Ion has, what, a second left to live with the Clove all used, and headshots Timotina running around with the overdrive. Just, it is insane, man. It is insane. And you have Kane just on such low HP dancing around, able to live that entire time. It's crazy.
That's how good Clove is in those scenarios. So that pick me up there is pretty important to allow him to actually stay around in the fight, at least set up a solid trade for Kane. Envy always have each other's backs. Now, Exter can't gate crash right now, and he doesn't seem to care. I mean, get this guy out of there. Get him out. The disrespect from Envy gets punished, and that's what TSM have to do. They've got to earn the regard of their opponents here, but they set the playing field to favor them very heavily with that 0 point. And Envy still want to challenge it.
Yeah, I like as well, you know, TSM definitely aware that Exter is the man with the op. Kane wants to recover this spike, is able to get it, and wants to fight when the wall drops. Good trade from Seven.
Spike down A.
We talked about this before. Like, there's a generally agreed on way to play some of these scenarios, like setting up crossfires and like where you want to be and how many risks you want to take. And Envy really tend to throw that rule book out of the window. And it's a big part of their strategy against so many teams, especially those that are drilled and really macro-oriented and, you know, want to play by the book. Envy tend to really upset that on occasion. TSM combine really nicely to take that A main control, and Envy just have no other option but to keep fighting for it. They're priced into playing with that level of audacity as it is. So Inspire, as per usual, has managed to weasel his way into a very different part of the map, but you'll notice that Timo is expecting this, with mid having been pretty open, and TSM given control of that in order to gamble heavily on A. They have no idea where the Cypher's going to come from.
10 seconds left.
Shouldn't be able to get any value here, and Spire would like to even just get some kills, but Timotino was waiting on that line the entire time. Feel like if Seven didn't get that instant sheriff headshot, Kane would have definitely killed him, to be honest, and complexion of the round looks very different from there. But great aggro play from TSM. That 0 point connects. So they know Eggster's there. They also know Eggster is opping, so they can just overwhelm with numbers. And that was an awesome pop flash as well. Seven's util there gets insane value.
So both sides of the coin we've seen. Right? Envy winning these ridiculous thrifties with that trap play on Timotino in B main, and then losing a thrifty to just good application of utility. It's not just about gunplay in this game. I know it's a bit of a meme at this point, but TSM, if they're going to win, those are the kind of angles that they need to take. 0 point again, this time a bit closer, so set for a faster play and be unaffected by it now. And Gimon's not on this line yet. That's a wider swing than he would like into 3 players, and he is duly punished for it.
Just alone, dry swing for info. Timotino on the line, but pinged up, has to definitely get out on account of the drone. Great timing for Seven to peek, 1 for 1 though. So Envy retain that man advantage, getting all the information on player positions from the neural theft, so they know that Alvin was on the flank.
Came up with an op. Oh my goodness, he went to post up on that angle. Like, we were honestly getting close to the domain of a potential multi-gun save there from TSM. They opt to go for it though, and got the money to spend on that kind of round, but it goes up in smoke.
Aside from just the gunplay, which we know Kane is absolute top tier in challengers with, I mean, if not honestly, just North America generally, I think you're absolutely putting him up there with the top aimers. But with the Neon play right now, honestly, what's blowing me away is his util usage. It's been fantastic. The way that he's using the relay bolts, the angles he's firing them off on, how many connections he's getting. Really intelligent stuff.
I like this from Timo. Even if he wasn't really committed to it, just being able to dissuade Envy's aggression will now earn him control of A main for now, especially with their one-way in play. But it's all been a ruse, Wyatt. Look at this mid presence. Envy are already top mid, threatening a split. Now the 0 point caught on, but Vor is not able to respond to it quickly enough, and if Alvin can play this safely enough, he might have found the relief valve. There's Timo to the rescue just in time, and this play almost falls apart, but Timo extends a little bit too far around the corner, and Poppin manages to master his aim. Now the 1 versus 1. Neural theft, though, still ticking, so Gimon gets an updated information about where Poppin is, and he tries to take the fight, and it's a little bit rusty on the aim from Gimon. He loses it out.
He had the right idea. Poppin just, adjusted his positioning to get over the door to make it seem like he could be going to A, he could be going back to B. Gimon has the read on the situation, holds the angle, but just doesn't connect the shot. TSM have got enough to buy up again with just some light and regen armors. Alvin does so much work there. Timotino kind of gets ahead of himself, though. Pushing in before there was that refight from Alvin. Timing's just a little bit off.
Flash there, but it's just a warning one.
And a fake gate crash into that cage as well. So it, seems like Envy could have been making a play towards elbow, but TSM have players there, so they know that is absolute nonsense, and they have the read on the situation. They're rotating to be really quick.
That was a clone. That was one that does trigger that trap wire. So all this Cypher still starting to get cleared. Seven's in the site, though. Getting down and dirty with it. Alvin wants to get involved now. May as well. In for a penny, in for a pound. And Envy find themselves just a little too low on numbers when it counts. X are the last to fall. It's a nice opener there from Seven, though. That shorty, that stinger gets put to use.
He was looking super hyped up after that as well. TSM just had the perfect understanding of that situation. It was a cool little idea from Envy, right? They throw that cage, gate crash, flash over towards that, A elbow side, but TSM just happened to have a player push all the way up, so they knew it was absolute nonsense. They walk into A main for free. They're already rotating over to B. They knew exactly what Envy had planned. They knew that was just a pure fake.
This time again, it's the trap play towards B main, the expectation that maybe Timo's up to no good. So Envy are probably just going to slam this. Clone goes in. They're disrespecting the one-ways, and here comes the Hunter's Fury now. Recon Bolt came out, did light up one of the NV players, but I doesn't seem to mind too much. Problem is, TSM are anchoring properly. They're willing to take these fights. And at some point, they're going to have to earn Envy's respect for this. Inspire gets his in mid, always seems to control that part of the map, and also where things have fallen a little flat on the Envy side. If their gunplay can't back up the audacity, we get end round scenarios like these.
The players are quite low on HP. Inspire would have to, maybe find a situation where he can throw down a cage to isolate a 1v1, cut off a crossfire. Otherwise, he's going to be cooked coming out of this choke point.
Inspire just discussing something as he tries to work that corner, but there's two instances of swings there on that right side, and Vora, though, will take him out first. This is how TSM do it. It's not flashy from them, but they're able to stand up, and Alvin's been pretty darn sick in these sides. In fact, he and Seven as well, fighting on that B side of the map, have looked very, very good, and one reason why this game is still as close as it is.
Yeah, we've seen a couple instances now where Alvin, crucially, has just been able to maintain backside control against a comp that is obviously going to move really fast with the Neon. On a round like that where Clove has res, they're just going to be sprinting in, taking point. And because he has backside, TSM can flood right back in.
Here's the fast lane play, and there was actually a double back there for Kane, maybe just to try and throw the timing a little bit. Timo hoping to pull up what Gimon was able to do a few rounds back with the spray down too, but here they're going to fight for this. Paranoia is good. It is bloody good. And enough to allow them to win this fight out. TSM backing up their good positioning with great util use. And again, Envy have very little to say. Kane is always going to do his thing in rounds like this. You expect it. But now has to go 1v3, even with Gimon as low as he is. It's going to be tough for the solo Neon to come up with the goods.
TSM do such a great job setting up that crossfire, fighting in the choke. And Kane having to come through this smoke. It should be wraps. And Jim D stabilizes for the team on that round. 6-6. Doesn't feel too bad if you're TSM, all things considered. Just given they had a really slow start, they lose that pistol. And then after rounds 5 and 6, it kind of just felt like Envy might run away with the half, so I think they got to be feeling pretty good about this result.
This is nice, and Seven is, pretty well appointed on his timing there. 3 players hit with that paranoia, and still, of course, Envy are going to fight for it. They still make it interesting. But that's what TSM really have to do. But that's the defense side done. And the one thing you got to watch out for with this Envy team, White, is just the weird timings and the pops that they take defensively. They are going to try and muddle the mixture and mess with tempo as much as possible. So TSM arguably have to be even more switched on now.
Let's see what TSM have in store for us on this attack side. They've got a couple flashes. Exter wants to take that initial... Oh my god! That's crazy! What a catch.
Yeah, bro got cracked. Now, Paranoia catching on the pop is going to force him back in that link direction. And Kane's a little stranded here. Yeah, we're able to win that fight. It would have been good, but Alvin's been sharp today. And he finds yet another one. 2 players up in link with the dark cover in their way. Envy, I'm sure, have played from this situation many times and know better than most. But the odds aren't great. Ion knows there's a player tucked. There always seems to be. But he has to deal with that site presence as well. He's going to be caught on a crossfire either way. But Inspire bails him out. And here we go again. It's Envy's wild ride. And Alvin needs to lock it down. Takes a hit. Ion with the tap. Just gives a little bit of leg. Enough to keep Alvin busy. 3 bullets left, and he has more than enough. That is a bona fide USDA Prime 2 versus 4 in the pistol. And Envy snatch it up.
Honestly, a brutal watch. I mean, TSM seemed like they were set up pretty all right to me, but the beef for the shots in the back. This was such a crazy opener. And then Alvin picks up 2 really nice kills.
That's
I'm
sorry, but
brutal, man. I mean, they just have missed. They just missed shots. It's an FPS game, and they missed.
Oh, yeah. I don't know, man. Inspire does very well to bail Ion out because he should be traded 9 times out of 10 from that spot. I mean, it's just more than slightly unlikely. It's a little absurd.
I think as well, maybe there were some body shots in there, but Ion maybe got the heal really quick as well. Would have to replay it to see, honestly.
Oh. There's the timing from Inspire. It's pretty good.
Yeah,
he's just going to lay waste to
this
them now.
one's done.
Oh, I think Timon's position might be noted.
Man, both halves envy win the pistol and then get a flawless on round 2. Pure bonus attempt.
And this is an Envy, by the way, who win 8 out of 10 pistols in their best of 5 yesterday. Like, that was a huge part of them being able to derive this early lead.
TSM, rather.
Yes,
Courtney,
TSM.
yeah.
That's right. So, a little bit rough, but I know for a fact that they would have walked into this game expecting a very different vibe. And Envy are consistent in offering the same flavor. It's spicy.
And they are ready to go for a large A fight, it seems. Just leaving Inspire to get all of that information towards B. Extra has the ability to teleport there and does get to Boba.
Unlike Kane strays too far from this position for now. So, Envy want to try and play into this presumed mid-control that TSM have been able to gain.
They were set up for that big A fight, but because no one came early, they're rotating off pretty much straight away. But with that opening from 7, I mean, what am I watching? What am I watching? Vora down to 6.
Well, I remember he did that in A main and ended up getting 4 kills. So it's the kind of thing that you trust Kane Zero with.
He is
big damage
in
on the second
danger
player.
Of death by shock dart with popping on this site. Wow, really fast flank as well from Inspire. I like this, just getting active, trying to take a timing. Why not? You're on a free bonus round. You carried every weapon into this.
30 seconds
How
left.
good is Inspire? How is he
Alvin,
that is.
he was looking at 2 different angles.
Oh, they're going to do it again, Wyatt. Come on, nicely done. Apparently on the run.
Vora
just
just so weak. Eggster has a flash clone. Bit of info. Inspire picked up the cam as well. So you can try to get some information off that. Goes for the off-map little cam.
Pretty powerful one. You really got to creep close to the wall to avoid that one. But Inspire gets found a little solo, so it's going to be up to Eggster. Looking for the clutch. No shots connecting on a Timo as he's able to dash across, and now TSM have got pretty powerful post-plant positions, and Timo will convert. Well handled there. Those are the situations that Envy, more often than not, seem to be able to find a way through. And even with that cheeky little cam, Inspire doesn't see enough to see it coming.
It was a nice little timing for Timo to swing. Realizing that with that close smoke coming down, Eggster was definitely just going to try to immediately tap. If Kane actually gets the kill on Vora there, could be looking at a different round.
With that reposition, like crossing the site, getting in the elbow, feels like it makes it almost deterministic at that point.
This is a weird buy situation. I didn't see what happened. That Poppin is left on a Marshall, no armor. So bought up for someone on the last round. I didn't notice that, but now a little bit awkward for him to play this out, or that was just him fully forcing up to get the op for Eggster.
The one-ways. Yeah, Inspire's Fun Palace already set up. Taken down those, TSM simply just flood through.
Ion was considering getting back in, but is going to be flashed off, spotted by 7, is on the angle.
And he just wins it, he just takes the walk out there. It's gonna be dangerous here for Poppin. Eggster trying to set up with his op. Now they've got to go for it though. Kane found 2 amidst all of that. What a mess. Fast lane and play. Kane has to take some damage in order to get this position. Takes a dart out, but he's opened things up for Eggster. He's gotten himself a Vandal now. They're playing together. Vora will try and work this and just straight up loses the duel. Things are looking much better now for Envy. Looking to try and double swing GMD. And there's pressure on the spike. Kimon has to convert. Low on bullets, has to reload. It's an opening. And Eggster exploits. Kimon can't get it done. And it's that quick 2-piece for Kane, just as it looked like Envy were running out of steam, that gets him onto the site with numbers.
Eggster able to throw that op away, switch to the rifle. I'm stunned that Envy win that. 7 does a great job finding that kill onto Ion back site. Getting that forward positioning. It's a great trade on, onto Inspire, so it's easy for TSM to get further back into the site. But it just
Alvin's
crumbles.
setups are pretty similar, right? Obviously, that Cypher one-way is very standard, but being able to throw your own cage down in front, can allow you to get in. Kind of like the counter smoke you know, on defense side, 6 side of Lotus. As you push up. Oh, extra. The fire rate of the Stinger. More than he can handle before he can gate crash out. And K0 is stuck in that corner. Timo picks him off. This solo attack side up now having been picked up. Envy just going to let themselves get thrifty. Live by the sword, die by the sword, I guess.
Poppin', oh yeah, he's spotted. He's paranoid. He is going to get absolutely overrun backside.
Oh, the double ping. Oh my goodness, Poppin'. That's a bulldog he's using. Dimon gets into the site though. Ion is good for it. In position now to take the fight against Kimon, but is he ready for this? Timing, it's just a weaker weapon for GMD. He's going to go back and get the spike. Ion goes low. Now has a chance to set up for this TP across the map. Ion has to figure it out. He has to carefully clear that A side and make an informed decision. Likely he's just going to have to wait for the spike plant queue.
Pretty unreal play from Poppin to even get this to a 1 versus 1 after Timotino just lights up Envy with a crazy individual play to start the round off. And Ion wants to fully go through B main at this point.
Just how good are you, Ion? Your opponent has no armor. Kimon does have a dark cover to troll with. Ion also with a full cache of utility. No information and very little time. Smoke up the side and Kimon gonna be quick about this. Go. Oh my goodness! Oh, buddy! The stars align for Ion. Unfortunately for him, or not, just able to stick it with 1.5 seconds left in the round. Imagine if that is a little different by a second or so, Kimon maybe just gets timing pushing into that smoke.
I mean, in a vacuum, if you just look at what TSM did that round, they're on an eco, they get 4 kills and the plant on a round where you're now, putting Envy in a position where they're going to have to fully buy down here. Pretty solid, not too bad. But when you actually look at that round in the context of what happened, they are going to be very sad that they lost that. What a sick play from Poppin. Just that sequence of the 3K was pretty astounding. The second shot, just midair onto the neon. He was, I believe he was pinged by either the recon or he was pinged by something and then gets paranoid. They have his location. Crazy.
And then he darts on the side and pings 2 of the players just as they're out to push out at him. So the paranoia at that point doesn't actually matter. And he cleans up 2 of them in quick succession with the Bulldog. Kimon is able to intervene, but it takes some time. The damage is already done by that point. Again, look at this. Oh my God. Forward's so low after that. He ends up picking him off. Dude, like, come on. And like the timing of this is just a little uncanny. Now, Ion just, gives it a tap, picks out, and has just enough time. It's like 1 second, 1.5 seconds left. That's a real thin margin. But Envy are winning rounds like that. Almost getting thrifty, though. We can't leave that out.
This is a highly important buy round, though. If TSM can close it out, they're going to put Envy on an eco for the next, so this could be worth 2. Both sides have very significant ultimates to play with. However, TSM, even at that, they have a bit of a leg up with the null command for 7. Maybe an opportunity to deny in a retake. Eggster using that drift or Poppin using the Hunter's Fury could just turn those off at a crucial moment.
Both teams working with a lot of potential in those ults. It's just the gate crash there as a precaution for Eggster.
Yeah, it could still be a little dangerous, though. When he gets out of that, he's going to be in the open.
Yeah, if they're playing link side, he'll have to literally hit the A key.
Well, he can't get out now. Yeah, he's stuck.
All right, here's the Hunter's Fury in response. Poppin trying to see what he can dig up, and okay, we are just not checking. He's tucked inside elbow now. He's traded out. Alvin gets him.
30 seconds.
That's not really what you want to be. You just pop that null command, and good timing. Alvin really locks that part of the map down, and Aspire thought he had an opportunity. Still a player advantage for Envy. Still a second bite of the apple for Ion if he gets popped.
Yeah, player advantage. They could have 4 players, basically. You can have Ion just sprint in first and immediately res if he dies.
Here they come. Relay ball catching on to 7. Gotta be tough to fight out of this one against the judge of all things. Kane wants to be sure. And he sees 7 revealed. Curtain comes down on him and on the round. And that's Envy getting up to 11. TSM look really good. On the defense side, look sort of responding to this pressure because it was telegraphed in some senses. They could have these set defensive looks, but they are being disrupted by some odd positioning and get kind of owned by that player tucked in elbow.
Envy on that round as well only end up needing to use Poppin's Hunter's Fury. He tries to go for its super long range outside of that null command radius. So now they've got ult saved up 4 heading into this next round.
Tough to win those if you are 7. And not having to use the ult, Wyatt, you're dead right. Just Poppin's Hunter's Fury, of which he's already made 2 orbs back on. Round number 19 coming at you, Envy. Getting close now from TSM's economy. Benefiting from loss bonus, but still not looking to flash.
Knife gets the information onto Inspire. Trips are going to be down, but...
What? Wait!
Yeah, no.
He could maybe sneak up on that. I respect it, but yeah, pinged out.
Surely he doesn't survive.
But he's still got his, despite that. Still getting some value. Oh, Poppin is sharp as attack. Okay, pack it the heck up. TSM run into the firing line, and Envy do not miss this time.
This one is certainly feeling as good as done at this point. Envy gets some early control towards A. Even with TSM being able to connect that 0 point onto Inspire, turn off the trips, he gets his, honestly lives for a fair amount of time where he's just distracting, buying some time. TSM are really slow to get out of main there.
Oh, man.
And by the time they do, there's already 2 players backside for Envy.
Okay, Kane just wants to be done with this, apparently. Takes no damage there from Alvin. And runs into a double face here from TSM. Also, Poppin was felled. Extra, though, pretty pleased, I think, to come out of that exchange, not having taken a bullet himself either. Gets those numbers evened up. Spike, though, definitely en route towards A in halls. Plenty of time, though, for this setup and maybe even a play through the backside because Alvin is dead. There's nothing watching the flank.
And another retake where Envy do have that sort of man advantage. If Ion runs in, gets the res off.
Okay, does the gate crash into the back corner of the side? Oh, I know something nonsensical's about to go down. Extra sees Timo come, loses it out.
Last player standing.
Okay.
1 enemy remaining.
Now to be on Ion. His ultimate less relevant in this kind of situation. Timo would know how to govern this situation. And Ion just shuts him down. It's sheer individual brilliance from basically every member of this Envy squad at different times that nets them a comfortable 13-7 win to open the series.
It really did feel like legitimately every single player had highlight reel moments on the team. It wasn't one of them taking over. They all just turned up at various moments, which, as always, when you're watching Envy, just allows them to win a number of rounds where on paper you're looking at it and they have such a low chance of doing so. But it is simply never the case with them. They pull out so many insane moments as always.
I mean, you say that almost with a sound of resignation, but I mean, that's the beauty of these Envy
Oh, it is,
games.
and it's fun. It is very fun to watch every single time.
Sometimes they get thrifty, sometimes they're thrifty. There's a sense of volatility they introduce to their game that you really don't get to see anywhere else, but more often than not, it gets harnessed to their favor. Some huge clutches. I think I'm just going to break it down in just a moment. So stick around, of course. A bit of a beating given out there on Sunsetters. That's, Envy's map pick locked up to start this BO5. Stick around to see how the next one goes down. We are heading off to Haven after this, but first we'll hear from our experts.
exactly what Core needs to do. Moves, delivering SCA. The head of him. Ion isolates 1, 2, 3, and the 4.
30 seconds left. Speed. One enemy remaining.
On a good day, we can beat anybody.
We're just planning on winning this one and going to Ascension and showing the same.
First map of the best of 5 grand finals, and we go to Sunset. This has been strong for Envy in the past, and that's going to hold true on the day as well, with the 13-7 victory to be kicking off the series right up 1-0. I mean, looking at this map, yeah, TSM, they've played more recently. Yeah, they've had this run through the lower bracket, but Roy, getting into the first map, it was an Envy that was comfortable, confident, and will take the first strike.
And I feel like there was actually like a match of like styles, right? Where like TSM was forcing so many fights and they were willing to team brawl and they're actually winning a lot of them. But I feel like Envy from the beginning of the round, they were a lot better on the openers. They were getting a lot more successful with finding their first picks. That helped them a lot. And when it came down to the clutches, guys, it felt like Envy was also a bit ahead of on TSM. They closed out so many more late rounds. They closed out so many more clutches, and all of these little factors ended up giving Envy the edge that they needed to have a nice, comfortable finish in this first map.
I really like that recovery into the first half for TSM when it was 6-3. And on that round, Tim, you see them, how they start to anchor a little bit more into that B side. It worked out really well, especially what Seven was doing, hiding inside of that smoke towards market, popping the flash out, getting 2-3 kills. And it seems like they had found a solution. But as we go into that second half, TSM only secured a single round. They could not get anything going, and they had a lot of opportunities to do so, but unfortunately, they came down to clutches that they could not win. And oftentimes, it was Ion winning every single one of them. One of them is something that Mitch and Wyatt were talking about, that round 17, that eco, where it's an eco round. You know that the chances of winning it are low, but they start at 3v5 for TSM. It seems like they could turn it around, and then Poppin gets a 3k. It turns into a 1v1 towards that B side as the spike gets planted, and then they're not able to close it out. That seems like that was a turning point that would have allowed TSM to get a few more rounds, to get something going into the second half, and it was just not the case at all.
And you look at the scoreline, you see 13-7, but I feel like there were so many opportunities for TSM to actually have made this either one, a lot more of a competitive map, or two, have possibly maybe had it in their favor. Like the 4v2 pistol in the second half, as well. It was a 4v2, guys. I mean, that's an opportunity right there to get some rounds back into your favor. Then you consider that, you consider the Ion clutches like Dan was saying, and now you have this, like, so many rounds that could have easily gone TSM's way that just did not finish in their favor. And it was just Envy that was just so much more consistent, a lot more confident, and a lot of the micro situations just kept going their way.
A consistency that you see across the board as well. I mean, everyone just having big step-ups throughout the map. But Dan, again, Ion, you're talking about those clutch situations, and an Ion too that has been cooking so much. Like, performance from this young player was just incredible. And I mean, from all of Envy as well.
It was really good, and it's one of the players that we mentioned before, because he's kind of playing his own game when it comes to the controllers. I mean, if him picking Clove here doesn't tell you enough, I don't know what will, but it's just really well, very fast paced, so they don't need to worry about the timings for those smokes. And for Ion, he's always that one man that we were talking about, was staying alive until the end, whether it was a pistol or the 2 back-to-back rounds that he had to win towards that B side. He's very good, very consistent, and incredible aim. Just like everybody in this team, is just so scary to see the way that he's finding these openings. And for TSM, it like you were saying, Roy, just kind of slipped through their fingers.
Yeah, but just kind of circling back to the mechanics, I feel like everyone in this lobby is locked in. Like, mechanically, they all look so insane. The players on Envy, even the players on TSM, like, everyone is just so on point with the mechanics. We've seen very rarely any whiffs in this entire series. We've seen so many clean multi-frags that were literally split-second kills. Just absolutely mechanical animals in the server right now. And I feel like when players are playing to this level, it's really the strategy and kind of the tiny little minute details that are going to decide these maps.
I mean, I'd love to hear about a TSM being locked in, because down 1 now, looking to the second map to try and maybe make up a little bit more of this momentum. It's going to be tough, though, because looking at the second map in the series, this is strong for both of the teams. You know, TSM definitely have a lot more reps on this, but I look back at Envy, and I don't think this is really weak for them either.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see why TSM picked this, though. It was one of the wins that they had against Envy. They've also taken down Cuber on that map. They've actually looked quite phenomenal all around on that Haven side. So again, not surprised to see them pick it. I am, wondering how they're going to be playing on their defensive sides. But when you look at the statistics, it feels like TSM is very comfortable on that defense. They have figured out something that's allowing them to have that edge on that side. They have a 66% win rate on that defense side, guys, in terms of win percentages, in terms of round percentages as well. So I feel like TSM, they kind of knew what they're coming into. It's a comfort map for them. Yeah, Envy does not look weak whatsoever, but I think they're leaning more into the fact that, one, they've already taken down Envy on that map before. So they kind of have an idea, or sorry, they actually lost Envy. I have it reversed in my head, excuse me. But yeah, they kind of have an idea of how Envy wants to approach it. And I feel like they're going to come in, they know exactly what to expect, and they're just going to lay out the game plan, and they're going to try to execute as best as possible.
As you're saying, Roy, one of the things that we got the chance to see was this Envy taking this map of Haven 13-9 the first time that they face each other here in playoffs. So I mean, even then, I really like this map on the side of TSM, and it's something that we've been talking about in the past couple of days because of how good the defense looks. They have a very clear understanding on the ways that they want to set up Seven. They want the way that he's going to be playing this side. Also, Alvin Boy and the role that he has in this map that I feel like is very similar to what we see Inspire do here as well. They're constantly trying to get space, and when they get punished, then you see a little bit of a change of plan. Before Inspire, he gets punished, he's going to do it again, and it's going to work out. It's gonna work out no matter what, which seems like it's what happened in that first opening matchup for playoffs. But this time around, I want to see the improvements on this matchup specifically for TSM because I do really like this map from them. But I want to see more layers when it comes to what they're going to bring to the attack side. The defense is great. The defense, they're able to hold down and put that pressure towards A side as well. They are able to stack and anchor towards C. But yeah, it gets a little tough when you need a couple more layers to make sure that the attack side works out in the same way that it was lacking in last time.
And on that note, I'm kind of wondering as well, like, have they kind of figured out how Inspire likes to play this map on the defense side as well? Because it feels like when you're watching the matches, it almost feels like Inspire's entire kit is on his site. Like there's almost nothing for Garage, there's almost nothing for the B site. It's usually either all C or all A. And that, I mean, that you should have a read on that. You should kind of have an idea of how Inspire likes to approach things. So hopefully when it comes to that attack side, when TSM's on it, they kind of, they know where to allocate some of the shocks. They know how to minimize some of Inspire's, gadgets and kind of weaken it, or at least know where the gaps are so they can push and pull correctly to try to get Envy to be thin on the defensive side.
I'm gonna be honest, this map just feels like a turning point for me. It has to be a TSM win, or it's probably going to be a 3-0. And Envy are so good. They're so dominant. They already won against them before. They want to win a grand final again. Haven is the strongest map for TSM to make sure that it's 1-1, to make sure that it's close. But as I mentioned, it's either going to be a 3-0 for Envy, or it's going to be potentially all of the maps if TSM are able to secure this one.
I mean, TSM, they definitely have the tools in the toolbox to be able to get it done. Even if it was a loss up against Envy last time, it was decently close. And I feel like Envy, with how often they've played Haven, that some teams have kind of figured it out a little bit. That's why we have gotten to see an Envy punish here. And if TSM have done their homework, we know they have the micro in the server to be able to get it done. It's whether you can execute and punish on the day to try and take this victory and to even up this series. Looking at Haven as well, talking about the Asians, the fact that we've seen so much recent history from these two teams, I feel like this is definitely not one that we're anticipating a switch up from, which is exciting then on the side of TSM, because this is a map where Timotino has this opportunity to go absolutely crazy. You want to talk about a punish onto Envy? It could be right there. But getting into the agent select, Dan, can Timotino single-handedly deal with this firepower that Envy has?
I hope so, at least for this match. That is what my expectation is going to be like. We talked about it yesterday, and it continues to be the case today, that Timotino is the #1 rated player when it comes to the stats and the things that he has been doing, and that is better stats than Kane Sierra and that Exter. It's one of the points that we touched on early on that I feel like it becomes even more relevant as we go into this match. But it's not going to be easy. The thing about Envy is that they completely overwhelm you no matter what you're trying to do. You have a setup with Timotino and Vora and Seven, and it usually gets shot down immediately by what the things that Envy have been planning out. So it's a game of being one step ahead of what Envy has been bringing for TSM to get this win.
I want to see how Seven's going to be utilizing the breach kit, guys. I feel like the meta of, breaches stunning early is kind of long gone now. It feels like a lot of the breaches on this map have sort of just been holding their stuns, holding their flashes, kind of waiting to, execute at the right time, disrupt executes, disrupt the splits, fight into re-clears, kind of fight off the drones, like kind of just like synergize their utility a lot more than just like send it early for as a Hail Mary and kind of just run it down. I feel like that meta's long gone now. So my eyes are on to see how Seven's going to manage that. And of course, there's a ton of pressure on Alvin Boy, right? Because Envy is a huge push and pull team. They like to draw you extremely thin on your defensive sides and kind of just overwhelm you with the ISO, overwhelm you with the Yoru utility. So I'm looking to see how Alvin's going to be holding it down on that defensive side as well.
A lot of pressure on the side of TSM with Haven looming. This might be a must win if they want to try and prolong this series. Time to see if getting to Haven, they have enough to do what can be done and try and take Haven in this rematch. Let's get to the map and see and find out with your casters, Uber and Wyatt.
Okay, map 2 on the docket, folks. Thank you very much to our experts. And I kind of resonate a little bit with how Dan Dryad was refusing to mince words, saying that if this isn't a successful outing for TSM, then a 3-0 is very much on the cards. And Wyatt, I think at points we got to see the weaknesses on his Envy side. And it was clear to see that TSM could only really exploit them when they were having some very, very sharp rounds themselves. If they falter in some of these gunfights, if they're not willing to really assert themselves, anchor sites, and just throw down and have good crossfires, even if Envy makes some mistakes, maybe take some undue risks, they are hard to punish.
I'm really interested to see how this game compares to TSM against Core yesterday, because TSM were struggling a little bit on attack and then they ran away with the game on defense. Core were playing very straightforward. They were just sight slamming, especially on A. I feel like we can expect that from Envy here on attack. They're just going to be hitting these sites with a sizable firepower difference, especially on today specifically, where it looks like all 5 players are hitting, right? But TSM did such a great job of dealing with those big executes that I feel like they've got a great shot at taking this map.
Good opening here, 3 push down mid, set up with a fault line, great util from 7 to put his team in a more commanding position early on in the round. That's Iron and Nexter already having fallen by the wayside. Inspire, as always, is asking for more and more on these extremities, but opts not to commit to this A side, and even the spike in the hands of Poppin is being brought out of that sewer zone.
And what can Envy do now? Is Kane gonna actually just get this free kill? Yeah, he will. 7 was fully exposed, was opting to play an off angle rather than full corner tuck. So
that's what that garage control does for you, man. That is
Gimon gets caught just going for the solo walk down.
Sound made by Alvin here as well. Envy are just, again, so unpredictable in this late round. TSM not really sure. They can't check every bloody corner on their way in. Looks like Vora is finally gifted a half-decent timing, but a double tap shield comes out on Alvin, is taken down to 33. A verifiable one-shot. And that's another pistol here coming up for Envy. So hard to call, and TSM want to be proactive. They try to, and it looks pretty ironclad. Fold line straight down mid, set a 3-player push, and they win that engagement. And then it falls apart.
Did they get that great opening? Boy, you said it. It's the unpredictability from Envy late in that round. They are all over the map. TSM do not know where to play. And 7 had no idea that someone could be coming all the way wrapped back C, or he definitely would have just been tucked in the close corner, right? So TSM just get completely scrambled as to where Envy could be. All isolated little one-off moments where TSM players are kind of caught alone. Now they are relegated to 5 sad classics. Envy have won every pistol so far in this series, and they've also flawless every second round. Oh, not going to be the case here.
Now, double tap not going to help him there at all. Extra at the door, catches Gimon. Pop it across. Yeah,
Yep.
why not with the Ares in a round like this? Very reasonable.
Oh my God.
Inspires the Ghost player, so isn't as well armed as the rest of his team, and only can find out 1 kill. 7, I'm sure is very pleased to get a free Ares here.
The Envy kind of going greed mode there. Kane does have the shield active, so he's just feeling max out confidence to walk through the smoke, but doesn't check the corner. Goes down for free, throws a Spectre over to one of the TSM players, who then you know, on that opposite link, just do a great job flooding in 3 of them. Look at the mini-map right now. They are overwhelming Eggster. And from there, they overwhelm Poppin. It's just the raw numbers. Everyone jumping together with those classics.
Now that I'm in control, Envy at least going to be able to get in here. Inspire's the one with the stinger.
Yeah, because he had the ghost on the last round, can make a light investment here.
Hey, from above, a bit awkward for Timo, has to get off that line. Once more, Envy with just a timing that is hard to predict, but a good recovery. Composure regained for Timo. And the shorty brought to bear. Cleanly done. Flawless round now for TSM. As Envy tries something a little cheeky with a walk up onto A.
Also with Vora racking up that triple, he's just one off the Hunter's Fury, so could definitely see a situation where over towards A long, just standard will send the recon into lobby, maybe fault line for a delay, get an easy orb, have the Hunter's Fury for post plant. And that could be enough to win out this first buy round.
And that was obviously weird for Timo because he was not watching that push into A main and had to take an unscoped shot. Well done, though, being able to recover so quickly. Once again, the players over towards the A side of the map. Envy dealt with this a lot against Core. But remember, contingency can allow you to cover a lot of ground. Kane has maintained it here, so it can be used to sort of bully up onto the A side and take some of this space away from Tino.
Oh, that's smart.
For free.
Just uses that shorty long range to break the shield. So that's not going to be a factor for Kane the rest of this round. Repush from TSM towards short. Look at Vora. He's getting tucked very close here. Solo as well.
Okay, Crash. Unclear what the idea is supposed to be. Vora playing forward means that it's not a simple matter of getting a split onto A. Okay, Crash is now expired. Paranoia. Vora going to play close to make sure he can still play through this to some degree. 7 flashed up, and Ion's going to win that fight now in Stewards. Here's 7 with the Odin, as per usual. Like a game of Clue. In the kitchen with a candlestick. Every single time, Inspire at least emerges, getting 2 kills, but the spike is a long way away. Has his gun up ready for Alvin, but not expecting him to be on that corner. Now TSM on a bit of a roll. Couple guns kept through that round. The Odin, of course, maintained. And you better know, that'll be back in the hands of 7.
It is kind of feeling like shades of that Core game yesterday. TSM do a really fantastic job of anchoring this A site, getting it stacked up with 3 players at the right time. You get that pretty standard execute from Envy over there, where you have Eggster teleport really deep into Hell while Kane pushes front site. They even lost Vora towards Sewer, but ultimately that's not enough damage done for Envy. And they're on to another Thrifty.
Aldrone here. Potentially going ahead of him into Garage. So the control of that part of the map maintained, and instantly Timo's going to respond. Try and find a line here, but this is not quick enough. Kane there gets the double tap renewed and is off to the races. Now 7's going to be under some pressure. Just able to hold up though, despite that. Even hit with the undercut.
I know exactly
Pretty important 2 kills to take, but Envy always a frightening prospect when it comes down to these Thrifties. And Ion is waiting for Alvin to give him a little bit more. Vora with the Hunter's Fury, but there's Ion on the swing. Poppin able to avoid that last shot. So kept alive and player advantage maintained for Envy.
Is GMD going to expect this reflank from Inspire? It doesn't look like he will, unless... Oh, that timing is so sick. It's all left on Vora. Players for Envy are pretty low on HP.
He's going to go out and check this manually. I don't know to what degree you're expecting this, but there has to be some sort of diffuse attempt, and Vora doesn't have the bandwidth to go around the corner and look a little bit deeper. So he's going to have his back turned to the plate, and he realizes it'd be better to try and get out with his gun. On Ion's too quick with it. There it is, yet another pure Thrifty from Envy. Getting that Garage control and flooding.
And then late in the round, kind of feels like the pistol round they were able to win, right? Where they're just all over the map. And after Kane gets that initial kill from Garage, they have Ion chilling in there for a while, catches Alvin, Inspires reflanking through C, gets the kill on a GMD, and even if he doesn't, he does so much damage. Ion probably would have been able to trade that easy. They just end up being so spread across the map that TSM don't know where to look.
Okay, that is a smoke from the Garage direction, so Envy definitely want to make this one happen quickly. Kane wins his fight. Honest Fury also active. Inspire might have found a moment. Yeah, timing drops down on Vora. But has to check that side corner, and it's crossfired here by TSM. Now Seven can sit back and ease into that Odin gameplay. As Envy for now will be held to just those 2 rounds.
I think Envy are going to need to slow the game down. You're not going to beat TSM on Haven by just hard hitting these sites, especially not against Seven carrying the Odin right now and just lighting them up. This is what TSM excel at, anchoring against these big executes. 2 rounds that Envy have won have come from slowing the game down, getting weird flanks off, inserting players into unorthodox positions. I think that's going to be the key for them to win this out. They have to slow the game down a bit, which is very un-Envy-like, but they're going to need to do so.
It's you
into the back of the site. That's Gimon. That's going to cancel that.
Yeah, and that allows the... Oh my god, classic Kane. I mean, that's a classic Kane move right there.
That is so disrespectful. Gets himself a Phantom. Seven was hoping to find a swing, and that's apropos of nothing, folks. He's just hoping that he has a timing. And Envy have slowed it down, I guess. I think the kill contract really threw this round for a loop. Now that's Clone. Alvin shows himself, but still is able to claim extra. He technically has the drop on him. You have a spike down, though. That is a situation TSM have found themselves in far too many times on this defense side, and Alvin stretched thin, picked off. Undercut comes in. Timo suppressed down. And here's the Odin spam. Pretty scary when it's in the hands of the attackers now. As Envy get themselves that crucial round, sort of bounding off an earlier Thrifty. And Kane doing Kane things once again.
Yeah, they don't, slow the game down to some crazy extent, but they do throw a very cool round in the mix there. Using the from the shadows to ping out a player, classic Kane using the stinger in the kill contract to run someone down and upgrade to their rifle. But then also in the meantime, Envy, like those 2 other rounds they won, are working the map in other places. Exter gets all the way to Gong back B, Inspires on a reflank over towards A Link. And look at this. They're just purely selling a fake with this dimensional drift towards A right now. All of the other Envy players towards C.
He stuck it for but a moment. That's definitely going to catnip the players over at the A side for now. Contingency will allow Envy to get into the site. Double tap, pretty good ability, I'm not going to lie. It is pretty sweet in moments like this, and Kane is going to refresh it. Side cracked open. TSM a long way away, and somehow Inspire is in yet another dirty little spot on this B side.
We're getting all of Kane's greatest hits right now, back to back. The stinger and the kill contract into the buying the Odin on attack haven and just jumping around corners and into smokes.
Yeah, they're kind of hogging the jukebox, Wyatt, but I'll allow it because it's bloody entertaining. This has turned into a save pretty quickly for TSM. Exter stuck the dimensional drift, pops up on the A site for a moment, fires some shots, then gate crashes out. Devin's not watching for this. Oh, that is an expensive gun to have clatter on the ground.
Inspire has so much money, no reason not to hunt. Gonna force a pricey rebuy. And honestly, it's nice to see these layers that Envy have. And that really is the juxtaposition between them now and where they were at the beginning of the year, where they were white hot, just running teams over, but then ran into troubles in their first playoff foray, back in stage 1. And then you can just see the advancements that they've made as a team since then. But let's see if they can handle this A pressure if they try to really get into lobby here. Everybody from TSM ready to fight.
Okay, this time contingency is going to be used for main control, which Kane's already to have his gun up in time. Still. And be able to get some value out of that. Kane 0 lost, 7 also picked off, so that Brim stalled util no longer on the table. Alvin frankly just needs to win another one here. It's a big ask. Takes a bunch of damage through the wall. Ion concerned about a play from Link here. But decided to start filling up now with TSM defenders. Inspire is here. How is he here, man? He's in the walls. Brother is just finding foxholes at every opportunity. And so Vora, been here before, similar situation, pinged out by the neural theft, now has to approach this B site and say his prayers.
That is such an insane like from Inspire, but it's just the knowledge that Envy have from that A clash that, wait, hold up, the entire team is stacked there. All right, great moment for Inspire to take control elsewhere on the map, go for another
garage?
crazy flank. Yeah, I think that was all the way up garage into back B.
Oh yeah,
It was either, yeah, it was
the
the garage. It is crazy.
I mean, he also knows that Alvin's too busy to check cam. He's in an active engagement, so he just walks straight past it. Oh, okay, that is brutal. A chance here for Envy to really open up the game. Only, of course, a couple rounds left in the half. TSM have had to pay the piper and go down to this pistol-based.
Look at the mini-map right now. Everybody on TSM are real close to this C site if Envy just try to get in. Oh, but the timing seemed to be going their way.
It's too free, man. Fire walks up just as Timon was trying to set something up on the side, and yeah, I tell you what, it's either TSM, Envy getting thriftied or having a flawless on rounds like this. There is genuinely no in between.
Yeah, Envy, they, you know, after a string of rounds where they do allow time for Inspire to work the map, they're not going for these big executes. They then just mix one in when they know TSM are going to be on an eco, and they can just batter them down with the better weapons and having the shield for Kane. So they just mix one of those fast rounds right back in, just to remind TSM that they could be going for that at any given moment. Looking here at the ultimate status when we get back into this, Kane is one away from getting the kill contract. I think it was Poppin is one away from getting the Hunter's Fury, so can definitely play to getting those orbs as a win con. Probably the one on C if they do intend on trying to get an early orb. It's mostly just been Alvin playing on that side of the map, so they won't really get heavily contested, whereas, you know, on A, you don't want to be dealing with the breach and the Sova util.
Next to them, maybe a little unwell based on how he's trying to massage the sinuses. Wouldn't show in game. It's definitely something afoot. Got a bit of coach cam here. Yeah, NBS at God knows what hour of the night, and I suspect in Lithuania, has been coaching TSM on this run so far, and he's done his job. He'll be there with them in Sao Paulo, I imagine.
We can find out. It is midnight over there in Lithuania.
I'll do it.
This is a nice spot.
Nicely done. We get MBS on camper. I'm here for the coach campaign. Yeah, give me that zoom in. Sheesh! I love it. Envy, you talked about them slowing down the game, Wyatt. This is definitely a round that feels emblematic of that.
Kane is able to get that kill contract. They want to re-clear over towards A. And there we go. Drone into the 1v1. And he just doesn't lose.
Doesn't lose him. Does not. Okay, VALORANT going to be surrounded. I mean, that's a pretty bad time for him to be ambling out on the side.
That they're working the map. It's really stunning. What a cool play. To start early on C, get the orb over to Kane so he has the kill contract. Probably someone for TSM pushed up on A, right? We were giving up that side of the map. Re-clear with the drone. Kill contract, kill.
One enemy remaining.
And then after that, they're immediately ready to just activate into C with Eggster. Poppin has already worked his way back there. And then Inspire is on a late flank as well if they need him. It's really excellent stuff how they're just working the entirety of the map there.
Yeah. And this, I think, only informs our discussion at the start of this series, right? About Envy having a legitimate edge in the macro gameplay as well. And it's why we've seen so many blowout series from them. This is a great situation where they kind of, you know, your advice also was, and probably the same that came from Stunner, I think, during that NBS timeout. But we can work the map and we can really make use of the creativity that Inspire has to sort of find these timings into those important parts of the map. This one, there might be a little bit more brass tacks, I feel. Contingency, Clone walks through. There was an undercut there, and it's awkward for Timotino. He's got to reposition, but he exposes himself entirely to Eggster. Bro just flattens him. And these are the kind of rounds you cannot be having against Envy. Builds their confidence. Game starts to get away from you pretty quickly when it looks like this.
7 is waiting for so long. The Inspire flank is going to come inevitably. He does catch him out, but the rest of the team are just fighting in the site with no sign of breach util. That was a nice kill to find. Still has the full kit if he needs it. Or he can just spam.
Yep, he's
Some other good option.
Poppins just playing post plant. Staying tucked. Swings out. And there you have it, folks. It's close until it's not. The story of so many Envy games, and frankly, the story of both the maps in this series. Envy pull ahead there, getting 6 rounds in a row, including, of course, taking the pistol, which they, promptly get thrifted on, but that's more of a footnote here in the overall story.
Envy at the very end, mix up the pace, go for a C-slam where they have the Hunter's Fury that fully disrupts Timotino's position, effectively gets the kill on him because he has to try to dash up, draft out the way. He's exposed. He goes down easily. And from there, things just cascade kill after kill. Envy make a great adjustment on round 5 after losing those 3 to TSM. They totally run away with the half. And it was yesterday, TSM attack is where they struggled. They made the comeback on defense to beat Core.
Again, like we mentioned, Timotino's got some of the best stats of the playoffs so far, but really only gets those performances when, to a degree, he's allowed to. He has not been able to play his game so far. Here's Envy trying to lock things down. Exeter, though, got lit by a dart straight out of Garage Load. Comes Kane, and he's ready to fight. Of course, that double tap should give him some equity, but he's out of the picture. Ion still tucked back sight. The spike is getting there slowly. There is an opportunity, but that long watch you've got to be careful of. Surely there's going to be a swing here for the other side of the box, and it does come. 7 gets there. We have an TSM pistol round. Finally getting one of those on the board.
Timotino getting some nice kills. I think that was someone pinged up with the recon, right? That initiator util pays off. Yeah, that is their first one of the series after taking 8 of them across the BO5 yesterday.
And got the opener here, and Kane was able to play out of Garage, but
yeah, it was that good late recon that gives Timotino a free one through the smoke.
All right, so 3 rounds in it. TSM able to make up a little bit what was lost in the second half of their defense side. Now, though, always got to be wary of the thrifty potential. Poppin is playing awfully far up in this smoke, and Gimon has to be ready for a timing to be taken. Poppin, though, doesn't feel it.
No.
Wind obviously not blowing his way.
So long as TSM don't head over towards B, where they have a trap set up with a crossfire and Kane just ready to send out that vulnerable from back sight, they should be okay.
Yeah, look, this is the cost of doing business as far as TSM are concerned. Poppin just tucked on that corner. Clean work with the classic close range. Now, though, can talk about some of this util. Kane's got a bit of it to spend. And that undercut in a round like this can actually get him in fighting form. But Alvin watching that heaven position. And the rest of this should flow pretty standard.
Yeah, at this point, should be good as done. 7 would love to get a couple of these kills and get close to that Rolling Thunder if possible. Smoke to cut off the angle from Hell, but yeah, we're still just trying to get him with classics, so yeah, And
I want to watch Inspire's movements a little bit, because I do feel you feel a little bit more changed sometimes as that Cypher player on this map. Pushing off the site is pretty inadvisable at the best of times, and often you're going to be checked by the opponent Cypher's trapwire, right? There was one, in C long that Inspire couldn't really push past. So feels like he'll be a little bit more chained on this half and not able to get away with the nonsense that he did. But perhaps he'll still look for windows in order to push off, get that free information, and allow Envy to have more confidence about how they just distribute these players around these sites.
All right, Envy getting up that full buy. What is the game plan for them? Are we going to be seeing a decent amount of aggression here?
So the fault line from 7 is just a little too far to the left, and Poppin is unaffected. So yeah, a bit of aggression. I'd say so. Nose is up against the barrier on the A side, and main control is already in Envy's hands. That's Timo walking up, and Kane Zero just slaps him down instantly. A lot more of a garage focus from Envy than we maybe saw from TSM, and we know that because Inspire managed to get up there more often than not.
Feels a little reckless there from TSM, honestly. Just dry peeking in the garage before the dark cover goes down window. Also, Vora has the drone, but it's not even used, so
cover going out.
Timotino just wanders right into the crosshair. Alvin wants to activate towards a long Exter. Take the fight, teleport away. What a lovely little peek.
Yeah, with only 2 players at A, Envy can't set up a crossfire there at all. Poppin has to watch Sewer. So moments like that from your Cypher are going to be pretty crucial. Kane's going to go looking here. This Aldrone, though, will make it somewhat awkward. There'll be a follow-up, and he knows it, and he can't quite master his aim when it counts. So Garrett's control, and there's that dark cover you were looking for earlier on. The implication, of course, is that there's a C-split active, but we know better. TSM now, slowly,
30 seconds left.
getting their way in towards Sewer, and we might see a drift across from Ion as he sniffs this out.
Yeah, should be going to A. I mean, you would presume if they were headed towards C, there would have been more noise by this point. Inspire would have seen something. The Cam would have seen something. Can Ion get here in time to play off of Poppin?
Oh, people paranoia, just clip with it. His crosshair was placed for the A main for this moment. Oh, look at that trend! He goes towards the left! The spray was coming straight through the smoke at him, and so instinctively, he's on the move. He can't teach that.
Ion really comes up there just by giving the smoke to him, to Poppin in time. Throwing the smoke there is so powerful on Haven. It has just become the standard of play on that A site. Being able to cut off short and anyone from, you know, long that would be on default, so no one can shoot you when you're tucked in that corner where Poppin is at. It's just so good. Ion with a very intelligent play.
I say you can't teach that. I kind of hope he does, honestly. Get yourself one of those guides, but great movement there from Poppin just to know he'd be spammed in that corner. And he's hit by the paranoia. Fault line also came through, so just pretty oppressive situation to play out of. Ion. Oh, God, he gets that? Surely. Yeah, Timo's going to make sure he extends around the corner. Now, second player at B would have made that pretty disastrous for TSM, but we'll let it go.
That is some pretty crazy aggression from Ion, not gonna lie. And the neural theft gets popped because that corpse is just exposed in the mid. Well, TSM are where the B is a little bit free. C, not so much. Timotino is on a solo mission. And it is drawing the attention of Envy. I mean, if you look at the mini-map, Kane is out of there. He's going towards A. Unless one of these trips, you know, gets ran into on site and Inspire gets a free kill, should be able to get the plant.
Spy is patient here, though. Alvin set up a candle with the backside, so we'll be able to check a quieter push
Here's them
up
both
out.
leaving long. Inspire has the info that, you know, backside they can just run in.
I don't know about this one, Wyatt. I'm not sure. Flash to keep them in covey. Oh, the contingency. Pretty good. Now, swing out from Alvin, though. Inspire is very, very low. Kane gets it to half. But they need a little bit more. They're out of juice in terms of that utility. Inspire ultimately is an easy pickup, but he is Kane. Controlling space like only he knows how, and 8 bullets. Good movement from Gimon there. Punishes that reload timing. And it's a hard-fought round, but an important one for TSM. Feather in their cap is now that Econ from Envy is being stretched to its limit.
Don't think he realized he had only 3 other bullets remaining, or he definitely would not have been going for the reload. This was crazy from Ion to get that aggro solo down mid. And Timotino alone did get the rotates off C.
Good conversion,
not too bad. Not too
we
bad.
have an Ares. Oh, God. I see where this is going.
If this is a kill contract with the Ares, that's we're doing the most with that one. Yeah, and Poppin tries to get into that smoke long again this time. Punished.
Honestly, good intuition from Gimon, because last time Poppin did that walk up on a pistol, he backed out. So Gimon is still pretty convinced that he is in there on this occasion, and he is proven right. What's the window for this kill contract if this is the kind of round for it? Kane's doesn't appear to be playing.
Surely it's not going to be, unless things somehow get down to the wire, some sheriff shots are hit, maybe he gets a weird spam kill somewhere.
Honestly,
you really don't want to be with an Ares in the kill contract. It doesn't work like a stinger. You don't want to be running, gunning with it.
Just the double tap, I think, with an LMG is really
not the undercut into the spam.
Good fault line. It's going to stifle Kane. Really Kane. All right. Goes for it. Drops out of heaven, down by the other LMG. 9 inside the smoke. Has to emerge at some point, and Gimon is ready for it. Looks like TSM starting to get a little bit more of a feel for this. And this is a thrifty attempt from Envy, so don't read too heavily into it. Inspire, like I said, kind of kept a little quieter because of the Cypher util in TSM's wake. Much harder for him to pop up in unexpected places.
Yeah, make some noise as well. Damage would be of, some significance. TSM's economy is certainly not off the ground right now.
Maybe a freebie here. Oh, he's 7. Dangerous, very dangerous. Like, Gimon getting loud, and you've got to be. Remember, this is TSM's map pick, and arguably their best map of this stage 3. I think they were like 7-2 coming into this game. It's to say it's crucial for them to pick this up is an understatement. Really need to find some solidity here, and they've done so at least in terms of their economy. Kind of booming right now. Gimon coming to the round, pretty darn rich, but there's a dimensional drift, and we're still waiting to see how this kill contract gets employed by Kane.
Envy definitely have no shortage of options when we get back into the game. Can sync up the dimensional drift with the Hunter's Fury or the kill contract if they desire to do so. I have definitely seen Envy on Haven defense before when they have this kind of combo of ults just rip them early towards A main as well, if there's some sign of TSM going there. And sometimes even your Sova just sends it off barrier drop towards A main. So TSM definitely need to be wary about some action on that side of the map.
Again, these 4 out of 5 rounds in his first half, obviously including only the bonus being lost. Pretty good progress for TSM. Like you mentioned, on the half that they had more trouble with against Core. So it's a nice bounce back today. And again, they've been pretty good at preempting some of the weird stuff that Envy are throwing at them. I call back to Gimon just spraying that dark cover in A main last round. Now, though, they might have to deal with Ion playing real close here on B with the Judge. But if Timo goes over the top, or something similar, harder for him to do work with that shotgun.
So Envy put some more emphasis on early A long control. Inserting extra deep, does have the gate crash to get away to assist on C. Inspire is just playing with the backside trips to control for a potential retake or flood from Envy if TSM execute here. They are. Timotino's, not going to get spammed through the box there by a Phantom though.
Nobody in, I guess, Garage. There's no control of that part of the map for Envy to capitalize there, but those decent varied trips. Gimon takes the important kill against the Judge player. And now things looking much more face up for Envy. Now, in any other world, in any other team, this could be a save. But not with these guys. Not now, anyway. Into the backside, they're already trying to push. Timo did take a slight hit. That's the clone out first. Timo's got to kind of watch 2 angles right now. The rest of his team falling back to these full post-plant positions. But I think if you're Envy here, you feel like your options are really limited.
Yeah, realistically, their only way back into that was when Kane pops his shield, jumps into garage, is trying to find a duel. Maybe if he kills someone there, they can try to do something off the back of it, right? But ultimately, when they're not getting that early kill and they know 7 has a rolling thunder for late into the round, there's really no chance they're ever going to get that defuse.
What am I looking at here? Envy. Weird little double face there inside Heaven. Ends up making it a trade for them. So they do lose an extra gun going into this round. And still seeing those key ultimates in hand. Didn't find a good use case for them as they were very quickly overwhelmed on the C side. So is Gimon winning it out as the Judge player. Maybe Timo getting a little ahead of himself there, but he's got the money to spend. Can happily invest. Rolling Thunder up and ready for 7. His Odin play again has been pretty sublime.
What is the move here from Envy? Dark cover deep down mid, which implies, they could be trying to walk here a little more aggro. So TSM have to be somewhat hesitant, re-clear this together, but they know I want to at least push towards window. Now it's just a fast pivot in towards garage. They are definitely set up for this C split to come in very early into the round.
And honestly, Inspire's positioning kind of implies that he's expecting Rolling Thunder side hit, so he has to play off of C. Envy gambling a little bit heavily
also,
on the
what
A
happened?
presence.
Did Kane forget to buy? He just has a classic and 3K.
I think thinking he might be right. That's an odd... Okay, well, because he loses his gun at the end of that previous round. Unless he's trying to save for like something bigger, but it's unclear. Either way, Envy feels like they've never really been in this round. They play off the site. They respect the Rolling Thunder, but Seven hasn't had a reason to have to use it. Ion gets one at least with the Stinger here, but Kane is going to be gunned down. Nothing but a classic in his hands without a huge economy loss. And Ion now will just hope to make a quick exit. Quick and painful, likely it's to be.
It is becoming a pretty major issue for Envy as we get towards the end of this game that they haven't gotten the ult out of Seven, and now Vora with that kill just got the Hunter's Fury. So they've got that ult back, both very powerful initiator ultimates that they can use on a full buy round. I mean, yeah, maybe did Kane need to stay at 3K to get an AWP for Eggster? Is that possibly what just happened?
Yeah, the Odin buy.
I don't know, but yeah, Kane has gone for the Odin. They do have a very strong full buy. Eggster's on the glass cannon up, mixing it up. Haven't seen that from Envy on defense quite yet. Maybe that can be the answer to their woes. It's just controlling C long and allowing Envy to play, you know, stacked up a little bit towards Garage, and then Inspire can get that full setup over on the A side. He's been mostly prioritizing C.
Once again, these trips placed to give Envy a foothold in his A side, but they know they have to play off of it. Rolling Thunder finally comes out, though. Doesn't catch on to anyone, so the setup has been good and nice pings, but Vora just deals with Inspire. What traces? Just sprays down into heaven. Now Envy have to retake the site. Brutal, the best of times. And at what point does this dimensional drift get used? Extra as an op in hand. And God, you're lucky that you've got that double tap there. Nice by Timo, just preempting that pushing behind a contingency, but the Hunter's Fury might have claimed him anyway. There's Seven going down. It's a site stacked with these TSM players. And here's Extra emerging amidst all of that noise clutter. Pops out with the Odin, tries to spray down, but Vora again building the Hunter's Fury into this round. On his third kill, he and Alvin should be able to handle this. Ion getting chunked down through the box. TSM have to know at this point they've done enough. They'll back away and give Ion enough rope to hang himself with.
Oh, what a play from Vora. Those Envy players just lined up in front of each other, getting back out of main. This game feels like at this point, it should be done. TSM could not ask to be in a better position. They're at 11. They force Envy onto another eco, and the round that gets them on the eco is one where the Dimensional Drift and the Hunter's Fury are both used. Don't get enough of value to win this out. They've still got the Hunter's Fury of their own.
How's it supposed to play out now? Envy had a Dimensional Drift. The Ori player with the op there, which is fair. Extra went glass cannon that round. And Kane saved, full saved around it, presumably to get an over. I wonder what's left in the bag of tricks for Envy. Feels like they're running on fumes. Timo's already up into the C corner now, starting to move with a bit of swiftness to his step. A bit of confidence built up after a grind, an absolute slog yesterday, and a tough first map. As TSM asserted himself on what is undeniably their home ground. And what is Kane looking for? The undercut into the back corner, only catching onto the Omen. Timo happy to stand out and deliver in the open. Ion X for the only players to get on the board here for Envy. Pop and found is one, but that'll be that. It's just an undeniable advantage in weaponry for TSM. I guess Envy's saving a lot of this stuff now for later. Last round of the game, potentially, if they cannot put a stop to this avalanche from TSM, and that is their own rendition of 6 rounds in a row, 8 from 9 of this half.
TSM have been playing off-site and a lot of their post plans towards C, but they pick a great round to play on-site, just set up the crossfires. You know, when Kane uses shield, Vora just immediately uses the Hunter's Fury, so Envy can't flood back in, and then TSM are able to post up together. It's really nicely handled. Kane has been sitting on this kill contract for a minute. But really, what opportunity does he have to use it? Nothing great.
Doesn't feel like it's part of the game plan, really. Nice little pop and timing for 2. Yeah, we take those. Garage control's been an issue for Envy, a pain point. As Vora will be fought for it. Yeah, I know you wish, Ion. You wish, buddy. Sorry, mate. You're a controller player. even though he does get his outings on the Clove and feels a little bit more like a duelist. So Seven's found himself in a pretty interesting spot here, but Exeter are a little bit surprised to see him pop up there back towards that spawn side. And here's a neural theft. It's going to be traded out. So no more nasty surprises for Envy. They now can close the net. Winnable for TSM, of course. Spike still to hand and the opportunity to fall back to some powerful post-plant positions. They got 7 with a full cache of utility and the Odin.
No, Inspire's caught trying to jump over the trip.
Wishful thinking, I feel. There's Alvin and there's 7. Knows Inspire was coming a mile off and it's down on Kane. Are we doing this? Contingency and a tap. Moving up. Caught inside the fault line though from 7 and he's going to get around it first. 4 kills from 7. TSM dominate the attack side here. And there's not a whole lot that Envy can say about it. TSM really only lose a couple incidental rounds. They lose the bonus, acceptable. And then another one later on. Fire and away the better team on this map.
7 had a really standout performance with that Odin playing the breach. Always does a great job with the utility as well. Has been a very intelligent player. I mean, credit to TSM, who struggled on attack yesterday and then seemingly make all the right decisions on attack today. Envy, the attack of their own, I thought was really well structured. They made a good adaptation. Really played well as far as the map control goes. But then on defense, just so many awkward little solo pushes, players getting caught alone, far more disconnected on that side, and TSM were really able to exploit that.
I mean, it's not just the map as well. I just think that, you know, Envy's ability to express their style was limited much more, right? Inspire's not able to do nearly as much as he can on that attack side by popping up in some weird locations. I mentioned he might be a little bit chained, but there were other issues, of course, there for Envy. So TSM win their map, showing that they're willing to throw down with this Envy squad, who so many teams have just been cracked by. So we're going to be back after a break. We'll hear from our desk, of course. They're going to talk us through Haven, and then we move on.
Core needs to do moves, delivering SCA. The head of them, Ion isolates 1, 2, 3, and the 4.
30 seconds left. Speed. One enemy remaining.
On a good day, we can beat anybody.
We're just planning on winning this one and going to Ascension and showing the same.
Second map in this best of 5 grand finals, highlighted as a must win for TSM if they want any opportunity to try and win this series. And it gets a little murky. We lose the plot for a second, and TSM able to capitalize, Rory, taking the win in the end and tying up the series 1-1. I mean, looking back at it, we know that they're strong on Haven, but yeah, it works out this time.
And it wasn't the half that we expected them to be so dominant on, right? 8-4 half for Envy. We're like thinking like, oh man, this was supposed to be TSM's mat, like a half. They're supposed to be doing extremely well in that first half, but they racked up only 4 rounds. Then the side swap, guys, and it's a completely different TSM that we're seeing on that attack side. It felt like as soon as the side swapped, TSM had their number from start to finish, from the way from the pace that they were playing at, from how they were managing their space in the late rounds to kind of disrupt Envy and not allow them to feel comfortable to do those fast floods that they're really successful at. And it felt like a lot of the sort of, I don't want to use the word gimmick, but a lot of like kind of the cheesy stuff like the Heaven spams with utility and kind of like the Odin spams, it got minimized so well by TSM, and it felt like they almost never played into Envy's hands when it came to any of those plays. And when it came to those late rounds, felt like TSM had the choke points on lock.
Yeah, as you're saying, we thought that for TSM, that defense was going to be a lot more dominant starting off, especially because they got the anti-eco. And as you're mentioning, they only get 4 rounds. But when we go into the attack, they win the pistol and they're able to convert, only allowing the side of Envy to get a single round. There were a lot of attempts of retakes that were simply not working out for the side of Envy. You see TSM often opting for that C side hit. But even when they were going towards A, there was a round 20 when you see an attempt of a retake, but while you have Inspire still holding towards Heaven, he gets taken down, and then there's a heavy investment with an Odin and an Operator that Envy were saving for, and immediately gets shot down as TSM were actually trying to push towards that choke, making sure that that is not the case. There were a couple of trades here and there, but it seems like every single time that TSM had to close it out, they were able to do so, and also coming out in ways that we didn't really get the chance to see in that map number 1, right? GMD in those same situations, once again closing it out against Sarah and getting some momentum that way. They had so many ultimates into the late rounds to close it out. They had obviously that Rolling Thunder, that Hunter's Fury as well, and Envy that were just waiting for the right time, it feels like, to use these ultimates, and they didn't really get the chance to do so.
Yeah, and when you look at the first kills and the kind of the first deaths, it felt like Envy was winning a lot of those opening picks, right? It was like 14-8, if I'm not mistaken. It felt like a lot of the early picks were going in Envy's favor. But when it came down to the mid rounds, when it came down to the late rounds, just felt like it was so TSM dominant, the way they were moving around the map and the way they were kind of utilizing everything to their advantage. And I also felt like I was in a Norse mythology class where it's just Odin. It was all about the Odin.
Yeah. We're getting a lot of Odin recently, whether that is good or bad. Yeah, we'll let you decide for yourself. But hey, it can be used to great effect, and we've gotten to see some of our players do that. And I know Seven, we got to see a little Odin from him as well. But even if you're just looking at the performance across the board from TSM from Seven, Dan, he was highlighted at the top of day for the reason. And yeah, the flexibility and the consistency at that level will prove to pay off once again.
Once again, Seven is incredible on this map. Again, not only that utility, the way that he was holding towards A link and waiting even for that push coming on the side of Envy, but also as we got to see once they swapped sides, what he was able to do. It's just, he's incredible. I feel like we mention it every single time, but I feel like in this map is very clear. The Odin, absolutely a part of it, but you're just using those win conditions and making it work out. Sarah, you know, he was also trying to have the Operator the Odin for a few of these rounds, and it didn't work out. So just Seven coming up on top.
Better Odin abuser. That's, you know, sometimes it be like that. But with that victory, TSM will tie up the series. So we definitely get a 4th map confirmed, which is exciting. But talking about the 3rd map, it gets interesting once again, because Lotus is a map we've seen a lot of envy from. Envy, whereas on the opposing end, in the past, this necessarily hasn't been the strongest for TSM. But Dan, yesterday's series, we got to see them play this Lotus up against Core. Not only that, but with this composition swap that proved to pay off quite well.
Right. So speaking of Odin maps, I have great news for the Odin enjoyers coming up. This was, as you're saying yesterday, pretty interesting in the side of TSM. They win it 13-10 against Core, and it was crazy. We saw the Sage. We didn't know what to expect, but the Sage and the Vice comp that we've pretty much never seen before, and then Seven was just utilizing it to the best of potentials, not only for the late runs, but also early on to start off or even deny the fights that Core wanted to take early on towards a Rubble. So many interesting things that you can do here. It's just one of those that I was like, what if they change it this time around? But hey, it worked yesterday. I'm assuming you're going to be seeing it again today.
I kind of like the Sage too. I feel like the on-demand utility from her being like the second Sentinel on the roster and being able to preserve a lot of that utility and kind of use it for yourself or use it on demand is actually so good on this map, and it's very oppressive on both sides, where you can use the slows to kind of take A control, or you can use it to stop executes. Like, it's so disruptive, and I feel like if Envy is not doing a great job at kind of drawing some of that utility thin or kind of pushing and pulling in the right way to allow themselves to kind of hit sites comfortably, it could be a very big problem. But on the other end, guys, the one thing I'm keeping in mind here for this map is I feel like Inspire has been an absolute menace on that lurk on the attack side. Like, he's finding so many gaps, he's finding so many opportunities to kind of disrupt the rounds, throw it all for a loop. And I feel like when you have no gadgets on the roster, you have no trips. Obviously, you have the Vice Wall, but you don't have a camera, you don't have traps. Like, it's kind of hard to sometimes stop that lurk, especially during the late round high pressure. I feel like I'm going to keep an eye out on Inspire to see what he's going to do to kind of find his like value on that attack side.
What I'm most excited for is when we get to see TSM on the defense, because they were so aggressive towards that A site, towards Rebel, and knowing how aggressive Envy is as well, I feel like there is definitely some opportunities for some really fast clashes in the second half of the map. But getting into the map, let's at least get confirmation of TSM's composition first, considering we've only seen it the once. It was yesterday, but see if they decide overnight to switch things up. And getting into it, no, we're going to be sticking with the same here, Dan.
It's going to be the same as we saw yesterday with the Sage and the Vice that is being played, and this time around they're going to be starting on the attack side. That changes a little bit what we saw when they were facing Core, but yeah, once again, as we talked about, that Sage can be really annoying to deal with. I feel like something that we didn't really see them getting a lot of value of is they were playing hiding in these corners of the wall, and every single time, because the Odin was also on the other side for Core, the wall was getting destroyed, and they couldn't really play for these pretty much one and done positions every time. So maybe they can get it away with it this time around, but it's a TSM that look pretty scary on it, and I want to see how Envy is going to approach this.
And TSM's calling is so on point right now, guys, which puts a lot of pressure on this first half for Envy, right? I feel like you cannot let TSM get on sites with their composition, getting through the vines, getting through the Sage slows, the double walls. That could be an extremely big problem once TSM gets on those sites, tries to play the post plant. So I feel like Envy needs to do what they do best, be disruptive, brawl a lot in the early round, like flank heavily. Just don't allow TSM to push and pull you, kind of get you to be extremely drawn thin, and just kind of just have a comfortable retake, draw out their numbers, maybe get a couple kills, devolve the round a little bit, because that's what I'm looking for Envy to do.
I mean, Envy in that last map, so many of the first bloods their way, but TSM did such a good job in countering and pushing back. Time to see, going into Lotus, if they can weather the storm once again. I'm excited to get into this and see a little bit more Odin spam personally. So let's get into the third map of the series and back over to your casters, Wyatt and Uber.
Oh, yes, we're running back the Sage comp here for TSM, which honestly was pretty impressive on defense, especially yesterday. Those slow orbs, rubble fights, and there's even a cute little sort of mound crunch that they managed to do on defense. But we're on attack first for TSM. Envy here. Kane comes out of that last map 7-2 in first kill and first death, really leading the way. But Envy found it a lot on that defense side, stretched very thin, and TSM were hitting them hard.
Yeah, that I'm not going to lie. It's a pretty crazy stat given what happened in that game. I'm surprised to hear that even. Let's see if Envy can turn their fortune around on Lotus. I think this is a map that they have always been really quality at, honestly. But I love TSM's game plan yesterday. Seven Sage was looking really nice. A lot of valuable utility if you can get the spike down. Had a lot of really crucial walls on attack as well. Just cutting off certain angles, having slows in those post plants was really nice to stop floods. And flooding is something this enemy comp would love to do. So it's a nice little counter to have.
Just popping here at A for now. Distance seaside control with a push up on the mound for Envy. So they're able to dedicate players to this part of the map pretty quickly, and Poppen's able to see this coming. Surely a cancel in towards the B site. Yep, there's a bit of Cypher util though around this area, and Exeter would hope to make use of it. Severanita drops onto the site now. Gimon steps out, takes a hit. Exeter going to get himself in there, but hit with the paranoia. Is going to have to call a cancel on that straight away. And ultimately, Kane is a little bit alone as he pushes up from upper. Has the double tap, but with Exeter having to double back with that paranoia hitting, it's just Envy getting broken up.
That was really well played from TSM, making all of that pressure towards a very fast pivot with all 5 players basically through Baby Door. It was 4 of them, and then 1 just controlling B main, fighting together, just destroying those Envy players when they're trying to pop back out of the smokes.
You can see it here, yeah. The spacing just wasn't what Envy were hoping it to be. They wanted to get into the site behind that clone. Great start. Again, Gimon, spiritual leader for this team. TSM quickly over to Rubble now. TP across just in case. They obviously have to respect at least what the Fade can do. And Gate crash to A, so at least Exeter can fall off this line after taking a shot, but he never sees Timo coming.
Now TSM can slow down the game a bit. Poppin waiting in Baby Door, but can't exactly get out of there too quickly with the Classic, so won't be able to do much. Site going to be incredibly free.
And honestly, I feel like the rest of this round probably will follow in the same way. Sage Wall against T1 Pistols, also very good. Talk about an early warning system. And Envy here don't really feel empowered to go for anything remotely intricate. Stacked up here in Baby Door, some discussion here. Poppin wanting Kane at least to be at the ready if push comes to shove. But the odds of them actually getting in here, there's no way getting a weapon out of this situation. They'll just sort of wait to be done here and head over in the direction of that spike. Might likely perish to the blast, but Baby Door's been opened up. Recon was destroyed, but Alvin already has got himself an Ares in hands. Spraying through those rather permeable walls.
They're going to struggle to die to the blast. All right, they're able to get out of the door. Out without 7 collecting another kill. I like that from TSM. They throw the ghost over to him. He was, you know, the one closest to an ultimate, so he's able to take some of those engagements. Doesn't matter if he dies to the spike, so gets an additional 3rd. It's just 2 away from the res, and is going to pick up the Ares. You know, Sierra is crazy for saying she wants more Odin. Did you hear that at the end, Mitch, of the desk?
I did.
Devious. Yeah. A devious request.
Again, I guess something for everyone in this series, right? We are going to see plenty of it, though. This is the map for it. Or a map for it, as we've discovered. Exeter wants to fight for this mound control, and he'll take 2. Happy with that, surely. Especially with Kane being able to assert himself in B main. Back over towards the door here. Gimon would like to test it. Wants to take the fight against this ISO, but Kane is waiting and expecting a second player. It's all played out before him now. And a double tap means it's a fight that's easily won. A clean win on this first gun round of Envies.
Oh, that's just some honest gunplay, isn't it? I mean, just no real utility involved. Exeter gets a 2K. Kane Zero shoots 3 people. Honest to God, FPS gameplay.
And I think that
you see any util? I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing any util.
Not even one. Just pushing off the sites. Again, that was like another round where like Envy do want to take that early mount control. This time it looks like the aggression is going to be channeled to the other side of the map though. Dark cover thrown down. That's a lot of control here for Ion to be able to post up on Rubble. Okay, 7. extra feeling the heat from that Odin.
Envy want to push very far. And with that Prowler going all the way into spawn, they know they can safely activate that shear wall and begin to threaten a flank for TSM. That might encourage them to try to get into the C site. And if they do so, Envy, they've got 3 players here. They have a backside trip to play off of as well. But TSM going to, at the very least, activate the door just to make Envy think that they could be going over towards B. Try to draw some attention away from this C site.
Looks like there's a one-way up in this corner, of course, because it's an Inspire site, which means that Exeter won't see anything when that gets popped. And Well, Inspire can't see anything either. Kane at least is able to watch the cross, but Timo got through first. Now he's trying to clear that backside. This might force Inspire to move here. Kane trying to get a little bit more active. Inspire very low, caught inside that slow orb. The Sage difference starting to manifest yet again. Now the site is crawling with the remainders of TSM. 3 up. Poppet, I think, was just searching for a timing. He's gotten in. Still has to contend with his dark cover that obscures some level of vision. And Timo will be left on the site just to tear them apart.
Lovely shot from Ion. But can he even get around the corner? I mean, well, he gets Timotino, but GMD is just in the perfect trade position. Little surprised TSM were able to pull that round out just, you know, on account of Envy having 3 players ready to go. TSM have to brute force their way in. But yeah, it's 7. He did get some of those nice slow orbs going that, you know, stopped some of the backside swings. You just have Inspire stuck, so then Kane Zera ends up being isolated, trying to run away from Waterfall. You know, if Inspire isn't slowed, easy swing, left side of that pillar. He's going to get the trade straight away, right? But just can't because he's stuck in the slow.
That was really nice. They just deconstructed that the one-way cage hold. Extra was also there to help, and, well, this time it's popping. That is on the receiving end of this Odin spam early. Prowler through the smoke, and off we go. Envy trying to get these classics involved in the game, but Seven says, just stand right there for me, please. I will make short work of you. And there is a player there to trade. The ISO at least gets in. Inspire with a stinger. Feeling less of a hornet, more like a, I don't know, a tick that's going to be flicked off the back of TSM in a few moments.
Timotino did just hear some of those footsteps over towards a waterfall. Inspired just got within the audio range, so picks off a free one, has the showstopper in this next round. 1 orb away from a Hunter's Fury is Vora. Tons of ultimates that TSM can capitalize off of to just beat Envy in another gun round. Send their economy reeling yet again.
Okay, so I want to see some of that flair from Envy that we got, at least on the first half of Haven. On defense, these last couple maps, we have had 2 3-side maps back-to-back, right? 2 arguably attacker-favored maps, but they've definitely looked a little bit uncomfortable when trying to hold and be the static players in these site-hit contexts. But again, they've got the mount control.
That definitely hurts for Poppin. At least he has regen shield. Gets that 25 back.
Pretty slim consolation.
Does have the ability to teleport away, and will certainly need to do so after the drone pings him out.
Yeah, they got that anti-Yoru protocol for Mound pretty well nailed down. Inspire, this is the same canvas as we saw earlier on. Again, it's the same setup for him. So this will be checked for. Extra this time is going to play Waterfall, not backside, so some more further forward control. He's going to get a glance here in a moment, though.
And for the first time, a pivot towards the site from TSM, and wow, oh my god, I mean, what was that? I think Kane just caught everyone with the undercut, no?
Yeah, sprayed him down. Whatever happened to the showstopper, we'll never know. Instantly, TSM cut down, and that was, I mean, you're playing off your fade as well on that B side, so Envy were at least able to be there on time. Well, it looks like TSM's run of rounds is about to come to a very sharp end. 7 through up the wall, and Kane gets his 4th. Nicely done, the ISO play there. A little bit more than TSM could handle on B.
I believe that undercut just connected onto 3 players, made for an easy spray down, and turned off Timotino's showstopper.
That would do it, the suppression aspect of it.
Yeah, in the roll. Yep. And there it is. Everyone, yeah, that's 3 players getting hit by that. Random spray just deletes everyone because of vulnerable. And Timotino can't fire off that rocket. That's a pretty high value piece of utility in my honest opinion. We have the tech pause. Time to find my copy of The Hobbit.
Okay, yesterday we had some reading. Yeah, we had some lag issues on the tournament realm yesterday, folks. It was an extended technical pause. Fingers crossed that this is not the same. Sometimes we just had like comms issues as well. And we'll let you know what the problem is as soon as we find out. But nice round there for Kane. 4 kills. He was already leading the charge for this Envy side yet again. TSM, though, well bought up. Of course, the economy at least decent enough that 7 can continue to be an absolute bloody nuisance in these early rounds. It's always a player on the A side of the map that is getting sprayed down. And Envy have to be mindful of that if they want to take that space. Now, on either side of the map, they've been doing that, right? Push up over towards the mountain direction. Usually it's involved the Yoru. And that's now starting to get cleared by the Aldrin. So TSM are adapting a little bit here to the insistence of Envy, who want to push up on a extremity of the map. And that Odin play is still something to be feared when it comes to the A side of the map. It's kind of interesting as well, seeing a Haven game, rather a Lotus game without any Viper play. So the lurk potential may be a little bit more limited. And Inspire, again, can't, push off those sites nearly as easily. We've got some lag issues. That is what the call is. So insidious, those ones, because they're a little bit harder to diagnose. So we will be in a little bit of limbo while we see if those get resolved.
And it wouldn't have anything to do with Moobs cutting power lines today. Winthrop, they already made it to the plans. So we can at least, say that he's innocent.
I mean, pretty impressive stuff. I think Winthrop were, if memory serves, like the first collegiate team in Challengers. I think there were...
yeah, they were, as far as I remember.
Yep. And so
they've been around for a minute. And they're definitely the first collegiate team to make it to Ascension.
Yeah. Obviously, they, with the seed, they get third seed, so they had to, compete in the play-in stage. But qualification is qualification, folks. So that's a fun storyline that we're going to be tracking as we head towards Ascension. And it's always a wake-up call, or at least it definitely was last year for these teams from NA when they realized what's been brewing over in Brazil and LATAM. And as we saw, the Ascended team was 2G of all teams. So we're back into the game here.
What happens if Winthrop make it to VCT? That's crazy. Does the university just have a spot? Do they get a bunch of money from Riot to build a new building on campus?
That's for Leo Farrier to work out.
We'll figure that out later.
I'm glad that's above my pay grade, so to speak. Okay, Ion's not going anywhere for now. Let's see TP's away. Slow walk thrown in the rubber direction. Here comes that Hunter's Fury. Ion going to be tucked in this corner, but can't see the wood for the trees. And Timo is more than happy to step up and take what amounts to a pretty free kill.
Do it, Poppin. Do it. Oh, too late. Too late. Never mind.
He listened to the wrong moose inside of him. That's fine.
Is Poppin Canadian?
No.
Or are you just... okay. The comedy of callbacks.
Yeah. Now that we've caught Mr. River up on the human strategy here, we can now look at the C side, which has a fair bit of utility. X already only has a very loose hold on it and has to play from back holes now as Razorvine after Razorvine is thrown in his direction. TSM are bouncing off this one, though, ping-ponging to A because Gimod has gone ahead and realized it's clear.
That is a whole lot of free space. Just going to smoke off stairs, so there's a nice, safe little cross for the rest of TSM. Kane definitely not expecting that GMD would be up in heaven so soon. This round, it's a wrap. It's very much a wrap now.
Envy just straight up get caught over-rotating. Nice moves here. I mean, the macro approach for TSM has been pretty solid, but frankly, it's been that individual level that's also allowed them to stand on even footing, if not better, with Envy over this and the previous map so far. Overall, a slower game, but that's to be expected when TSM are the team that get to set the pace. Off we go, Mr. Schlein. Nothing more to see here, mate.
And that is, that has been rare to see this year. Teams in Challengers be able to match the firepower of Envy, but this TSM team, they definitely can. I mean, maybe not to the exact same extent, but hey, close enough. And with a solid game plan, they are being able to come out ahead. This Envy defense sides with this ISO Yoru comp have been lacking on both Haven and now Lotus so far.
Now, if you recall going back through Challengers, this as good a map as it's been for Envy in that they're undefeated on it. Two of the games they have to play against Cubit Academy, who, as we know, top team, absolutely, cream of the crop when it comes to Challengers. Both of those games end up going to overtime, and then they end up getting to play it against Winthrop, what was it, almost a month ago, 3 weeks ago, and they kind of clapped them. So it's definitely like a map you see a little bit less of them on. But so far, it's been continuing to be uncomfortable. These slow orbs on site hits are actually They are really potent. And we've only just seen the tip of the iceberg, if you'll excuse the pun, in terms of what Seven can do on this stage, because most of what was the most compelling was when they were on defense, when they were able to fight for that space and, take rubble almost by default by getting a good slow orb in. So I'm curious to see if Envy, when it comes to that half, have the pace. But got to be a timeout here because Envy and Coach Stunner, they need to put it together here and figure out what exactly is providing this roadblock.
Seven really has been having a great series so far. It's just been such a jack of all trades for TSM over the course of the last, damn near 2 years at this point. He's played so many different roles and has really excelled on all of them.
Yeah, it's safe to say that
he's turned his career around. Yeah, he's turned his career around in an interesting way, from like upcoming Jet duelist phenom archetype player into a real kind of toolbox for this team. Inspired us with some spam through off that one way. Instant res from Seven. Is this going to bait anyone out? Yep, it does.
Still there. Bucky in the corner. Goes a long way, doesn't it? Extra's found himself too. All is up. Paranoia still puts Extra within his effective range and pop it on that swing. Remember, this is a pretty low-bought round for Envy. They've made the call here in this timeout.
Look at Alvin. He's trying to get through waterfall right now, but he's walled off. He can't help Flora.
I don't know where Alvin is now. They do. Cat's out of the bag, but Iron's already got himself a Vandal to hand. Can Alvin respond here? Getting just slammed down by these bullets. And how about them apples, folks? Envy, not a bad way to periscope up for air. Just locking down that C side, and finally we see them with a sort of successful entrenched anchor performance.
That was a very awkward fight, but Ion wins it out. This was really shades of M80 with Koala Noob playing the Sage to harken back to old challengers, Would always love to go for this wall cross, stand on top of it to get to the site when they were running that crazy no duelists comp. But it's really just Extra being able to get into the corner and be stacking up on the proper site that absolutely ends that little foray into C.
And it's, Sheriff's and a Bucky board up there. Extra just happens to be exactly where he's needed. And all of the aggression, dare I use the term, is actually B main. There's a really passive hole on this A side of the map, and Envy are also playing deep inside C now. Okay, Kane can step back from that arc row, so that's not going to give any information to TSM, or rather, false information. Kane's been able to reposition now into a bit of a dirtier spot.
Not that it's been the most influential aspect of the game, but it is interesting to note that on both Haven defense and now on Lotus defense, Kane has just been sitting on these kill contracts. No situations where he feels comfortable using it, where there would be some value to be found. Because there hasn't really been an instance where Envy are just going for a big retake or are ready to stop when the plant is going down and he can take the planter away.
Ooh. I think Ion moved a little bit.
That hit four people.
Wow. Okay, we're throwing down here. Poppin at least gets a little bit more than he otherwise would have bargained for now. Double tap is active and straight away. Yeah, kill contract going to be used. Kane into the shadow room now with 7 and he loses it out, bro. The guy is too good with that Odin. And so Inspire will have to contend with this. Wall in his way. Early warning absolutely given. No thought even to reload as Alvin just waits for him to show up around the corner. It's a 3-round lead here for TSM. Very much what they're hoping for on this attack side.
That is quite the unfortunate round to lose, honestly. In fact, pretty brutal. That was Envy using both the kill contract and also that Nightfall connecting onto 4 players. That wasn't enough.
Good lord.
And it's relegated them to an eco.
Actually, with the Stinger likely just hoping to go 1-for-1 or get himself a better weapon in on the side. But TSM have been playing these rounds so slow. And Envy just have not felt empowered to move up to get much of an edge. At least on one extremity right. They normally are doing this. So Extra is on mound with a Stinger, so it has to close. Get right up on this corner. And if you're TSM and you know you're walking into an anti-eco, you're absolutely going to dot your I's and cross your T's. And that's
got to
what
clear
represents.
this. Yep, and they do. And also, on this round, TSM going to go ahead and, get that orb right now for Timotino so he can have the showstopper on the next buy round.
From here on out, what are we supposed to make of this kind of round? Still slow. And TSM also just cutting noise in this mound direction. You've got Inspire trying to skirt around that dark cover that was sort of thrown in. Okay, this reeks of one and done. What more could you hope for?
And really, here, unless, someone on NB does something miraculous, which doesn't seem like will be the case. If you want to think about the future of this game a little bit, especially given that Timotino just got a showstopper with that kill, Envy, very unlikely. They will have, maybe on the final round of the half, Poppin could get an ult. He does get a kill there. So, he could get a Nightfall. But, Kane, Eggster, highly, highly unlikely we'll be seeing their ultimates. Vora should have a Hunter's Fury for one of these final rounds. Seven should have his ult for one of these final rounds. Hell, even GMD will if they want to do something weird with an Omen teleport. If there's some kind of situation where he can get to one of the different sites, etc.
Yeah, he just TP'd onto A and opened it up entirely. And TSM was sort of bouncing off the extremities.
Right. He can. There'd be something along those lines that he could do. And Envy, not much in the way of ultimates to work with for the rest of this half.
Yeah, look, I'll get this out of the way. Excuse the bad pun. Envy do look pretty uninspired here on his defense side. You can't expect them to make much happen on a round like this, especially when they know that their opponents are about to find some pretty key ultimates, right? With Vora and Demon as close as they are to ult, they just don't want to push out and fight them. Not with these sort of sharers, but it feels like a lot of the blasters that they came into the series with, like they would be taking opportunities in rounds like this, maybe a map number one, but the texture of this game has been completely different. It's been more of like a TSM slowly choking Envy out and denying his little attempts to make pops and to get space for themselves.
Definitely have my eyes on Timotino for this round. This showstopper, wow, you straight away, that's a free kill onto Poppin. Has the info on Inspire as well, but an effective trade, and because he was satcheling so far ahead, no one from TSM can actually get onto this Cypher.
Now Inspire starting to work this side a little bit more. There's even some utility back behind him. Tripwire that catches Alvin. It's Inspire's world. Once again, he's having to stake his claim towards his A site. And I mean, when there's some pretty scary guns coming in backup, the Envy are going to be in good stead. Nicely done. And one of the few examples of, a successful anchor from one or two individuals, and that's in the face of that Timotino ultimate coming at the site.
That opens it up. That is pure heroics from Inspire. Pure heroics. Timotino gets isolated first. Inspire plays around his cages. I mean, that right there, that is a situation where he thrives as a Cypher. Inspire will always have a solid site anchoring setup, knows how to position himself around it.
Okay, last round of the half. Didn't really get to all the ultimates we maybe expected to see. Obviously, with the right orb, 7 can.
That is a crazy can.
What? Where is?
Bro's got it in the shrubbery. I mean, this is crazy.
I mean, counterbalanced by the fact there's a big old blinking light on it. Inspire at least is tipped off that TSM have moved up a lot on this part of the map, and bam, there it is popping. Well, 7, sometimes you need to have a taste of your own medicine, buddy. I'm sure you feel priced into that at this point. Okay, that'll dissuade TSM from moving up. Surely the undercut thrown at them. But they know they're going to challenge for this part of the map. They're going to have a crack at it. Double tap as Kane is definitely feeling like a fight is brewing. This time Inspired, though, offers far less resistance on that A side. And TSM is starting to find some inroads. They're making the drift across, but at stairs, Vora meets Poppin before he can get established. What does X do? Does he drop down, try and make a play for it? Yes. But would it make sound in doing so? And Timotino adjusts his plant location. How does Kimono shoot him? How is Extra able to do that? It's wayward spray that eventually is corrected. And so Timo here with the paranoia. Here's the sound bait. They're more concerned about Extra and they don't know where he is. Now we can work this. Grenade clears a little bit more space. Ion has got to be him here. And it might end up being a straight swing in the corner. It's a wide one, and Ion is quick enough. I saw that. That's a verified desk slam moment from your boy Timo. Has Envy clawed back to 5?
TSM had some really solid rotations there. As far as, you know, kind of that mid-round pressuring into B. They had Alvin inserted in main. He got that kill on Kane. And then when all of Envy are going towards B, they pivot back towards A. They catch Poppin, who was just jumping stairs for info. It all seemed so good until Extra just walks in and GMD cannot get that trade. Ion wins 2 1v1 clutches in that half. Really feels like Envy's rounds just came down to heroics, honestly. At least, you know, that last round, that crazy thrifty round that they had.
Oh, I think that's fair to say. I think on the macro level, TSM have been far and beyond the better team. But this is where this Envy side get to cook up some magic. We've seen it on multiple occasions, and already Inspire has made his way out onto the A side of the map. So there's always that potential. A little bit harder, I think, to have these absurd, you know, lurks on this map. But there's a door open. Probably walking straight into the tree. 7 trying to respond with the wall here, but it's going to be overwhelmed. It's too easy to break in the immediacy of its deployment. And now Ion, nice little off angle here. There's crunch potential aplenty. And I think TSM just experienced that firsthand. Alvin has to be face up about this. Telegraphed as it is, Ion will send him packing. There's that crucial pistol for Envy to build a base off.
Will chatter in the cold
And if last map was any indication of how Envy are with this comp, it's more quality play on the attack side. And I kind of have a feeling we might be in for a little bit of a repeat. We saw TSM when they run this comp really thrive with some of those early fights, especially towards A. And if Envy just don't succumb to those situations, where are TSM going to find their advantages? We'll have to see.
Oh, this reeks of a tech pause. Okay. Well, we can at least set some of the context, I think, to this next half. In general, like Envy on this map been really quite solid, and their defense sides were a little better, even than their attack sides throughout this stage. So definitely had some struggles here against what Envy were able to put down, and I want to call us back to now what the Sage can do in fighting for that space. These slow orbs are legitimately devastating, excuse me, and you've got the paint shells to fight for Rubble. You've got plenty of tools. Obviously, Gimon is going to want to fight forward on Rubble and have those paranoias, but, you know, there's also, I was kind of hoping to see it on the pistol round, really, but, you know, the ability to crunch onto that mound part of the map. It doesn't just have to be in a pistol. 7 like through a wall at A main where there was a player who was hoping to wrap on them, and then they go for that crunch there. So tons of angles get opened up with this Sage wall, where you see it in the previous round, just used to try and slow the rush. But as it often is the case with those Sentinels, you've got to be a little bit quicker on that utility deployment. You've got to be more proactive in setting it up. So 7 doesn't really have any options.
So we do have a disconnection from Alvin, who will hopefully be joining back into this game real quick.
Yeah,
ETA 1 minute is what I've just heard.
And so I guess we can also look ahead a little bit, because Ascent would be our next map. We're going there either way. Pretty insane game, I think, between Core and TSM. That was the 4th map of the series, where TSM, they invariably win out both pistols and still manage to lose the map. That maybe is a little bit of a blemish on their record. But that was the map I felt where, like, Gimon was really starting to get into high gear. He, you know, drops 286 ACS on that map, really strong showing. And it's just, yeah, himself just been an absolute nuisance. So heading there, of course. And, you know, if we need more maps, then, well, we'll be off to Bind to close out the series, which for me, you know, is another great map for Envy. They've had great showings. They actually played TSM on that one not so long ago. We're able to find some success, but both teams have had strong records there. So even with Envy getting 2 bans on virtue of being the upper team and getting that choice of map, it still feels like this can go either way. And the way TSM have been playing, the way they've been thwarting a lot of this sort of recklessness from Envy, I want to say it's absolutely on the table.
For me, one part of this defense for TSM that's going to have to be much different from what we saw on Haven, especially considering we're looking at two pretty large maps with a lot of lanes for Inspire to lurk through, is catching out Inspire on the lurks, because he was dismantling TSM when they were on that Haven defense. Every time Envy were pressuring one area of the map, he was just seemingly always able to find that open lane to slip through.
Yeah, and that was, of course, on Haven, just the access to Garage that he was able to continue to force. Always felt like there was like a C-split option open to Envy on that map. Here I wonder how simple that is sort of supposed to be. You can definitely get up on that A side, though. We already saw, Inspire in that last round being pretty quick to get out of rubble. And that's a part of the map that TSM will fight for in some occasions, but when they're stacked over towards the C side more, that's where Inspire is going to have his chances to slip through and continue to do that. I don't know. I think it's a game sense thing as well. I suppose like lurkers often talk about, you really needing to have a sixth sense for, timings and whether you can get away with stuff. But it was leading the conversation when we were discussing the Envy's macro actually felt pretty solid, but much more so when they could be tempo setters. When they had to be reactive, they kind of look like any other team. They look like mortals out there.
The defense has not been particularly inspired today. They've been really, I think on both Haven and this map, there were just not a lot of situations where they were able to play for floods or play for big retakes, kind of just dropping players one by one. All right, Alvin is reconnected. TSM are going to be on the full save here with the classics. When Envy have won the pistol rounds on a number of occasions, they have just completely flattened the 5 classic buy. There's been a few flawless rounds for them in this situation, so see if this may end up being another.
Off the races we go. Once again, it'll be Inspire working the A side. That's what the duelist is right now for TSM.
I'll find you.
Horn here will be cleared. It might reveal Vora close left, and yeah, extra spamming in that direction.
Well, TSM, they're stacked up in the right area of the map, and it looks like they just want to pop out off this recon.
Hey, I don't hate it, yeah. Especially with the dart thrown out there. Unfortunately, it doesn't do too much except fell extra. So again, a lot of these thrifty rounds have been much harder to come by for both teams. TSM sort of take a gamble. I wouldn't say, again, it's the most complicated or the most rare to see that. And so Timo doesn't want to give it all orb, so that means, folks, we're in this one for the long haul.
Yeah, TSM, they're really just hoping that, maybe that was one of those situations where Envy fight for a mound early, and then they leave an insert while the pack backs away. So then off the timing that they go for that recon, jumping out of the smoke, that there would only be one player there, kind of maybe tucked somewhere close or just behind the mound. But no, Envy, they did not fall back. They did not leave a solo insert. They were all standing there. So they got absolutely farmed. At least Sabatino got his and 2 orbs for the round. So, you know what? We'll take it.
Yes, I mean, that's probably, I bet, the best that TSM could have hoped for. I don't think anyone is reasonably expecting them to extract more from the round. Opportunities to take Envy by surprise are few and far between here on Lotus defense side. So, Inspire sees all of this. Once again, he's the one that peeks out on ace. He's slow orbs, sees the nade come in, and so Envy can accelerate into the C site. They know he's going to be a little bit more lightly held. Alvin has to clear the horn in the back corner. Arc Rose set up. Does he have the space to play off this? So he's bought enough time for the plays to get in here from Waterfall. There's Timo and Vora, the 2 from Waterfall. A deluge on Envy, who are now down to very little. Ion only has a Guardian. Inspire's the one that's actually in this site. And TSM could play safe back towards Halls, re-clear this with the Owl drone and see exactly what they expected.
And they can just wait to pounce on these remaining 2 players who seemingly would love to not walk into a situation where 4 TSM players are going to run at them. Any sign of audio cue, We're just going to back away with 45 seconds on the clock. Work elsewhere. Could work B now. The wall did just expire.
Envy may as well go for it. They've got enough money to buy. We've seen it win 2v4s in
30
even
seconds left.
worse situations than this. The upside is as well, yeah, Alvin's the pick they got. So they won't actually be detected on B until they try and plant. This sheer wall is not a factor. And so they will cross the threshold. TSM obviously just hedging here, but they're going to see Ion on the swing. Gimon. There was a beat taken there. Gimon had enough space though. Now Spire goes to upper. Solo with the Guardian. Reasonably healthy. With 4 angry TSM players coming straight for him, and 7. It's first come, first serve apparently, as they get themselves back into the lead.
That's the state of the game right there. From 7.
Yeah, little
runs out.
I mean, Sierra asked for this, so I hope she at least is happy. I'm a little nauseated, but that's fine. That's the 7 way. We are used to it by now, and he continues to be an impact player in this series.
That was the that heavy with the Tomislav type speed, you know, that little buff.
That TFT reference.
Yeah,
in the current
it
year.
is.
That's impressive.
Just, you know, people still play.
That's why, like, your attempts to
game.
remind me that you're not that old are just so frequently invalidated.
Also, Valorant, for the aesthetic design, there's the guy who, you know, kind of worked on the TF2 art. I believe worked on a lot of the Valorant stuff. There's parallels.
The
there are connections.
Hallways? Well, yeah, okay. Volcano also worked on Valorant. You don't see CS fans trying to claim it, do you?
I mean, yeah, it's a little bit different. There's a lot to delve into there. That's a podcast's worth of discussion that I'll be avoiding.
Yep, no, I don't think we're going to start a podcast, folks. Don't you worry. All right, so Gatecrash left behind on B. Curious to see if that forms a part of the game plan or is literally just Exo hoping to fake something there. We've had ourselves worked down to the minute mark in the round, and you'll note that outside of Ion and Kane Zero, the rest of the util for info gathering purposes is getting a little bit slim, but that horn has just come available once more for Poppin.
You can see Poppin working back towards A to break the wall, throw the haunt. Whoa, wait. No. That's just a fake little commitment. I was going to say, ain't no way. Ain't no way Ion is up to commit with the spike in a tree. And we want to hope that some players from TSM were maybe drawn away from a main, so Extra walks in, but is getting destroyed, and yeah, the Odin running around, we're spamming.
Odin gaming. That's all I have to say. Ion is a sliver of health, and Popper gets revealed as he tries to cross in, so 7 says, okay, guys, well, line up then. Hunter's Fury stops the plant from going down, and Inspire will take the rest of those bolts most likely. No time, buddy. Well,
it's a sad way to go out. A sad way to go out. Nice. Timatino can he can try to get the defuse.
It doesn't count. The plant went down after the round ended, right?
Yeah,
no free ults,
just
bro.
Doesn't matter.
This one away from the showstopper anyway. Here's your last timeout for. It should be the last timeout. No, I took one in the first half. I'm certain.
Yeah, right. Seven with the Odin. He's doing a lot of damage, getting a lot accomplished, I would say. These Envy site execs are getting absolutely crushed. TSM are not buying into these little fakes. They're not rotating off the C site. And even when Envy have gotten into the site, TSM just get there so quickly. They're ready for plant denial.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking back to that, 2 players in through Waterfall. This is another good example, of course, of sort of shutting Envy down, but a round doesn't really favor them in the early stages anyway. But it's like Alvin on the site, I think it was at the time, or maybe even 7, whichever one, enough stall to have, like, Vora, I think it was Vora and 7 who turned up in Waterfall and then just start ruining people. So Envy just not able to hit these sites remotely quickly enough. Maybe it's like a mobility question with the Rays. Maybe these hits look a little bit more up-tempo. I don't think, Kane's just been playing really well individually across the course of this series, but that's a given. It's a given from Envy at this point. Outside of that, though, tough to generate any other edges, any other momentum. Okay, so we've conditioned just the Cypher at this part of the map, but now there's going to be a proper rubble fight. And Timo very clean with it. There is that disgusting slow orb. Keeps Exter stuck in the corner.
Yeah, we have not seen the situation play out yet in this half, which has been to Envy's benefit. Of course, this was just an eco round, but we saw Core yesterday get absolutely flattened in that exact same situation several different rounds where you were immediately being slowed and there's a nade being thrown at you if you cross the rubble.
Yeah, kind of damned if you do and if you don't. I appreciate the somewhat creative use of contingency there to try and allow for some space to be taken. But TSM, this is the kind of round where they happen to have that heavy rubble presence, and they've been doing it even though they've only seen Inspire test that part of the map on multiple occasions. But are they going to do it again? Are they going to run it back? No, is the answer. They actually switched their strong side to C, so it's just Alvin.
The TSM set up, perhaps thinking that Envy would have little desire to go A after what happened last round, but they just contact all the way out. They're going to get slowed by the thorns, at least for a moment, but they're still getting in there.
Arkrose is also gone, so Alvin has lost all of his early detail.
I mean, Kane just, fully commits to getting into the smoke. Definitely didn't have the timing to get in it. That's a big risk that does not pay off.
That slow orb's good for rubber control, especially with Ion, the only one that can threaten them with that approach. Getting picked off as he shows on top of the pillar. A 10 spot, unfortunately, has become more and more common. Very often checked for. Oh, hello. Jump scare. Inspires able to roll over Alvin Boy. And as TSM touches down on the side, things go horribly wrong for them. Red's inside the smoke, seized up. And Seven can at least take a trade from inside there. I think he's made good use of Timotino's corpse, reanimated. But now you can hear the klaxoning of the alarm. There is not enough time for Seven, and he knows it. He'll back up and allow Inspire to clean him up.
Pretty stunning that Envy win that out. Inspire getting that timing to kill Alvin. Exter also, by the way, picked up the op that round. And they did not slow the game down around it. They just sent it into A, but he gets 2 posted up. And Kane just took a massive risk there. And after the Nightfall is used and only gets 1 connection, it feels like everything is set up to go TSM's way, but Envy claw things back.
Like Exter getting into a site and getting multi-kills with that operator. It's an odd little round.
Now, the big worry for Envy is the fact that they have no money left after this round if they lose it, especially if they lose it without getting a plant. And it could be worth 2 for TSM. So theoretically, a round win here would get them to match point. They've got a Steel Garden to help. But Envy have both duelist ults. Could use that dimensional drift, maybe spot a player, rip the kill contract.
We have that drift over in this C direction of the map. Exter aware there's a wall in the way. That was put down there by Seven, so he'd have the freedom to leave the site and would sort of shuffle Timotino into that position. But he's actually returned out towards rubble. That information from earlier that has now expired. And Seven is getting ready to have to defend this now without a slow orb, mind you. Just have to take a raw fight. There's Kane. Always good for an opener. Consummate entry fragger. Timotino, though, was close by. Eventually goes down. A spam comes in through the smoke. A lot of that this map, I'll be honest with you. And Gimon, does he try and pick a timing? Yes. But not before. There is another player watching that corner. Alvin steps up, of course, Steel Garden. Means Ion is not fighting fit for the time being, and Inspire's made some noise running away. And so the Vice is spotted.
And Inspire's just running back to B now. Ion, probably not going to get cleared, was just slowly hunting Alvin. And that was quite a big risk from Seven to swing out back sight. Maybe thinking that a smoke was going to be placed, but GMD didn't throw one down in time in the choke. If he does, totally different situation, right? They're not going to see Seven, and he'll be spamming through a dark cover with the Odin, but he ends up just taking this open engagement.
Yeah, and I guess at that point, like maybe a couple seconds longer and you can actually push into a fight after the Steel Garden's in effect, but the spacing wasn't really there for TSM, and Gimon's probably not aware of.
Yeah, right. They try to fight as well early rather than just trying to play around that Steel Garden for some kind of flood or retake.
But this is the response this time to the A presence of TSM, which has been pretty standard on this map. They're trying to test B. Looks like that is the sheer wall drawn out, so That's now down, and we're actually re-hitting back into A. But this Sage wall makes it a little bit weirder. 7 marked up, forced to back away, and hello. Extra's got to call a cancel on that one. He gets lit by what looked like a recon.
TSM want to push out of B, it's looking like. Take a timing, but going to fall back. Don't want to throw any lives away. Inspire's ready for the very, very extended flank in this post plant.
Yeah, C's going to be tested. It does keep 7 interested, though, on what could happen on the A side of the map, but it's not a fake on the C side now. The boys better find out the hard way. Gets back around the corner, sprays Kane 0 down. The showstopper again, just not a fixture. It's been on Alvin. He's found himself 3 up on that side and he's barely taken any damage to speak of. Gimon riddles Poppin with bullets. And Inspire could not do the thing. No, in fact, get a double back through his own spawn and comes to the party a little bit too late.
Right here.
It just ends up not being in the action whatsoever, which is a little nice for TSM when they opt to just flood in super aggro. That was really clean from Alvin.
And
he gets that Arcros flash off, swings out of the smoke, catches 2. Timotino gets in right behind him with the showstopper. This pressure coming in from Waterfall is really well executed flood.
It's been a grinder, I won't lie. TSM, though, quite an envy down as they popped up later in this half. Now that the money is pretty terrible. A couple of players, I think, can make their way towards rifles, but outside of that, it's going to be tough. And this is pretty brilliant stuff from Alvin. Dancing around the site, really hard to pin down. And in general, it's just... Look, it's an envy approach that's riddled with some holes. It's like them.
Kane has the hero rifle, has the kill contract. Perhaps there's a chance for a little upset round, but again, the sheer wall just being activated by the clone very early. Standard counterplay.
Same as clearing that Killjoy util back when she was in vogue on this map. And we just open up the option for a B hit later in the round if things don't go so well. Well, I don't like how they're starting, right? I will be honest with you. Inspire, again, another victim of the Odin. Kane still has that kill contract, though, but doesn't he feel confident fighting 7? I can't imagine he would. I think 7's the only guy that's actually beaten him inside the contract.
That was not the ideal wall being thrown down from 7. It was a little rushed, a little haphazard.
Will Vora hold that line? I think he was going to see the... Okay, it has to be a TP across. That's pretty diligent stuff from Ion. Ah, yes. And so the Odin sings once more. Such a heavenly chorus.
30 seconds
left. Yeah, many are saying that, I'm sure.
Yeah. Extra trying to push up. He'll have some balls control. How is he supposed to maintain this? Poppin comes to his assistance with the C's. Man, this is envy now. I have to play this post plant with a couple of sheriffs. So Vora has all of his util up. He's just starting to let those shock darts go, but has Aldron's good. I think it's confirmed that Poppin's playing pretty close by here, and he will be revealed, but nothing else can be seen of the site. But Poppin we brought down. Oh, well, better bring the big guns in when nothing else is working. Seven's killed everybody on envy this round. This is the most premeditated ace of my life. Put to an endo, and there's Extra. Would have been the last hope with nothing but a classic in hand. So TSM, it's costly for them. They're okay economically. They'll be back. And Envy have a full buy to try and stay in the map.
Vora's going to take that defuse, so just 1 away for the Hunter's Fury on what may be the final round. An opportunity for TSM to close out the game. 7 again, just tearing people apart with this Odin. And also, it was, Vora having that very late drone was pretty nice because you had Envy getting really proactive towards Waterfall. They were trying to use that part of the map as a way to get a kill in that post-plant 3v4, but they just get recleared by the drone, pushed away, funneled into the site, and it is wraps from there.
Cage trigger.
Okay, round number 22. It's Envy fighting for their life. And TSM, so proactive early in the round. Extra is overwhelmed. And Poppin is barely alive. Kane knows he's got to go for something, and this kill contract had better find use in his round. Bro saving it for VALORANT 2. Across the sheer, Fawn spotted, has to be cleared, and 7 will just spray down from that position. That's Timo with a double of those paint shells. It just can't get any worse. And of course, he's earned it yet again. And he's got Envy scurrying. Alvin chimes in. Poppin has 12 health to spend. 4 plays that he needs to get through. It ain't happening, fam. Forget about it. Jeez, I mean, frankly, a bit of a stinker map for Envy here on Lotus. TSM grind them down, slow them to a standstill. And again, showing us why they want to bring Sage onto this map.
Yeah, that one was looking a little uninspired from Envy, honestly. Seven played another great game on this Sage. He has just been so consistent. And on defense, I think Alvin just continues to play a really intelligent Sentinel game that's very map control based. He's not giving up, you know, important parts of the sites when they're being executed on. Gets his team in good positions for floods, and this was a nice little play. The thorns to stall into being flashed by the Arcros and then paint shelled. What a trap play to close things out.
And honestly, before we go to a break, how do you feel about the Envy macro on this map? Because we were talking it up a lot on Loaded, rather on Haven, but here I don't know, didn't quite hit.
It was a little bit lackluster on this map. It was definitely not hitting like it did on the Haven attack. A lot of the rounds here, specifically on that defense towards the end, really did come down to hero plays. Like, I think the score, honestly, made the game feel closer than it actually was. To me, that was a dominant TSM win. They felt in control of the game the entire time. Like, if you go back to the end of that defense half, you know, there was that crazy Inspire anchoring 3K, heroics to win a 2v3 in the last round, a Thrifty where Eggster's getting crazy Bucky kills. Like, yes, they do have obviously the individual talent to win those rounds out, so I don't want to take it away from them. That is what Envy do. But in terms of the overall game plan, the macro, I think TSM really cleared them on Lotus.
Yeah. Looking like the more stable of these two teams, and I'm sure we're going to delve a little bit deeper into what allows TSM to win out here on Envy's map pick before we head into Ascent. That'll be our fourth in this series. A must win, of course, for Team Envy, our top seed and our upper bracket team here in this grand final. We'll see if they can clinch it and take us to 5 after this.
what Core needs to do. Moves, delivering SCA. The head of him. Ion isolates 1, 2, 3, and the 4.
30 seconds left. Speed. One enemy remaining.
On a good day, we can beat anybody.
We're just planning on winning this one and going to Ascension and showing the same.
TSM on the day, they fought through and won a best of 5 yesterday, and now up 2-1 in the series in Envy in the grand finals. I mean, Dan, after the first map, after that Envy win, it highlighted that if TSM doesn't win the next one, like, I think they're done. But apparently we had nothing to worry about because they just won 2 back-to-back. Like, TSM are looking crazy on the day.
If we were going to think of a team that was going to be in match point right now, it definitely was going to be Envy, the team that we had in our minds. But TSM looking really impressive. They look good in Haven, and they're okay, hear me out. They're reminding me of NRG. We talked about their defense on these maps, but then they go around and change it a little bit on attack. We saw it in Haven. We get to see it once again here in Lotus. And also, maybe it's reminding me of that because of the Odin, but that's okay. You know, the game is game. I respect it.
Ah, the Odin. I mean, we got to see both teams go for it, but TSM coming out on top in those engagements. But going back to this map, I mean, we had highlighted that it'd be strong for Envy, and that, you know, again, to echo what Dan said, I didn't anticipate it'd be TSM to be the one on the match point here, but the changes that they've made on the day, the composition, everything, Roy, is just looking so strong.
Yeah, and I feel like the composition is kind of anti to the way that Envy likes to approach the game, right? Where they like to swarm sites together. They kind of like to overrun things and kind of just get themselves, you know, inserted in different places. And the fact is TSM's composition on defense is so oppressive because on the A side, they're stage slowing, they're util overwhelming the full control, and then if you try to react to the C side of the map, the full Vice kit is all laid out right then and there. They don't have shocks, they don't really have like the nades, they don't really have like any way to kind of dismantle the gadget setup, if you will. They kind of have to play into it. They only have the Yoru clone really, but yeah, just like the way that they were playing, the way that TSM was just grinding out the rounds, it was just forcing Envy to play in a way that they're not really used to. Like, they're not really used to having Kainzera kind of like deposited as a lurker, and now they're trying to hit C with 3 people, but they got to get through sage slows, and like there's just so many aspects of the way that TSM was playing that just feels almost like a natural anti to the way that Envy likes to play the game. I feel like it was a great matchup for them on that defense side.
Yeah, it is one of the first times that we see Envy looking a little bit uncomfortable. I mean, even when it came down to the late rounds and the things that TSM wanted to bring to them, they were actually taking that fight to Envy, never really allowing for those retakes to really take place or really allowing for those comfortable post-plant positions they wanted to. It was something that they were doing constantly with that use of utility, but also, you know, with the Odin as well. I feel like Seven played a crucial role into that, to making sure that Envy, as they were going into the C side and completely flooding, it was denied every single time. So for TSM, they look amazing and they feel like they have control of the series right now.
Yeah, for me, guys, I feel like Seven was the MVP of this map. Like the way he was moving around the map, the amount of psychological damage that he caused is just overall the way he's been playing this. Honestly, this entire series, he's played 3 different agents, guys. He's played KO, he's played Breach on the second map, now he's played Sage, and look at the stats that he's putting up. We highlighted Seven as the glue player for this roster. He's showing us why he is the person on the team that allows a lot of these comps to work. He's very flexible, and the amount of value that he's extracting in almost every round, every scenario that he's in is just crazy.
Very, very similar to what we saw yesterday from him. And even in that map of Sunset that Envy gets away with, I really like the things that he was doing on the KO. I really like that he was trying to flood into side as everybody was taking it, as everybody was going in. And it's something that you see in Haven, you see in Lotus as well, with the Breach in the stage just being very annoying for Envy to deal with. And we're going into a map of Ascent as well, where he should be on the stage again.
My
so
God.
it gets even better. For the Seven enjoyers, for the Seven fans, it gets even better.
Yeah.
His stage was obnoxious on Ascent. Like, we talked about it at top of day, but I just keep thinking back to that random wall on the middle of A site as a barrier for him to take fights with. And I feel like Seven just plays the agent so well that it's such a pain in the side. So definitely going into the 4th map of the series and now being on match point, TSM looking in a strong spot. But when we look at Ascent, this definitely is not a bad look for Envy either. And where I think this is interesting is both of the team's most recent showing has been up against Core, and that's where TSM took a loss. I will say it was more to Core's credit, in my opinion, not TSM's downfall. Envy took the win just the day before. So two very, very recent appearances here, Roy, which I think makes this all the more intriguing.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting map. There's a lot of pressure on the first half. Obviously, this is a very defense-sided map, guys. Yeah, Envy starting on that defense side. They're typically pretty good all around when it comes to this map on the defense side. They have ideas. They have a lot of set plays. But I feel like the double Sentinel with Sage kind of makes things a little bit weirder, specifically towards A main, where there's going to be slows from TSM, or whether it's B main, there could also be slows there. Like, there's going to be a lot of gadgets to get through. You have to dismantle the Cypher setups for TSM. And then if you manage to, if you want to fight into map control, you're going to have to... Is Sage going to be there? Are they going to be Omen flashing it off rip? Like, is Omen going to be TPing across A main? It feels like TSM has crafted these compositions to sort of fit exactly what needs to be done and accomplished on these maps. And they're very annoying about it. It's very anti to the way people like to approach the maps. And it feels like the way that TSM is playing right now is extremely suffocating on their attack side. And they're playing so slow. They're grinding out the maps. They're starving Envy of information. And I feel like Envy's going to want to regain some of that control, some of that dominance here in this first half on this map.
Something that Mitch and Wyatt were talking about too was how the macro was being played out by Envy and some of the things that were lacking in the previous maps. So if you are to rely on the macro a little bit more for the set of Envy, it has to be on this map of Ascent that you know so well. A map that they've gotten the chance to play a good amount of times. They're still playing with the Jet and the Yoru as well, but I feel like it's definitely a point of concern. I don't think Envy saw themselves in this situation where we're going to a fourth map and TSM is in match point. So more than anything, I'm excited to see what TSM is going to bring to them. Yesterday, it was a little bit of a surprise, and I don't know how much of Envy or how much Envy was able to watch some of the things that TSM were doing here, but Envy just needs to get that macro down a little bit more on this map, and because sometimes it just feels like they rely so much on these hero plays that you see, mainly for Ian. The amount of clutches that he's gotten throughout the series has been insane, but that cannot be the win condition.
See, I'm so curious because you're talking about Envy not anticipating themselves in the situation, and I don't think very many people thought, right? This is definitely a very winnable series for TSM, but I thought it would have been through, you know, having to take down this Ascent, take it to a map 5. And I feel like this is going to be a really big moment for Envy because we have seen them get knocked down previously within stage 3 when they didn't go undefeated, Roy. They got a little too complacent. They got a little too comfortable, and then they had to build themselves back up. We got to see them get knocked down in that stage 1 where it was a lot of pressure. So I feel like on the day in this situation they aren't necessarily anticipating, this could be a big moment for the team to kind of show the growth that they've had and be able to try and take this now to a map 5.
Yeah, I feel like typically whenever they've had matchups against certain teams that were giving them a hard time, like Hubert, for example, I'm thinking back on the Corrode, they were just very uncomfortable on that map. But I feel like in this specific series, like, they're comfortable on Ascent. They're comfortable on Buy. Like, as long as they can close this map out, it should be a, you know, fine 5 mapper for us. But yeah, I mean, yeah, just to reiterate, I think Envy is the team that you can't sleep on. They have players. They have a lot of players on the team that can step up at any point in time. I feel like this is a really good reset for them. They're starting on a defense half on Ascent. It should be pretty comfortable of a ride, mostly, depending how bumpy and how grindy TSM plays out that attack half. But I feel like it should be fine in terms of like the expectations or the pressure. And like, worst case scenario, you lose the series, you have the cope of, well, we're qualified anyway. There's just a seeding match. So all is good, I think.
I mean, at least there is that within the series, because we only really hit on the stakes of this match at top of day. Of course, you want to be the stage 3 champion because, you know, you get a little extra moolah, you know, you get that title. But when we're looking at Ascension, both the teams are qualified. It'll be first and second seed. Both teams don't have to worry about play-in. So that is definitely at least a nice consolation prize for whatever team loses here today. But both teams have been so competitive throughout, both so confident in their journeys and everything else. So definitely looking for this win today. I'm curious then, with this momentum that TSM have had, Dan, how this is going to translate into the match, because TSM on the day, again, have just looked so strong. And getting to the agent select, we can talk a little bit more about that, especially, again, with the fact that we aren't anticipating any sort of change up here.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to talk about TSM right now because this is a team that has never won a stage. Envy, they won stage 2. Envy, they won stage 3 last year. But TSM, they've never gotten the chance to do so. And Envy, this is a new team that already has already got the chance to lift that trophy. But for the side of TSM, they haven't had the opportunity to do so last year. Right before we went into Ascension, the grand finals, it was TSM and M80, and M80 got the win. So it's something that for TSM it matters a lot. We talk about the consolation of still going to Ascension, being second, but getting those wins and being the winner, being the first team, being champions of the stage is something that we know for TSM it matters a lot, not only for the core of GMD and 7, but also for the new rookies that have been proving themselves throughout this stage.
Not quite all coming down to Sen, but for Envy, a must win if they want to send this now into a map 5. Roy, final thoughts before we get into it.
Yes, I just want to reiterate the suffocation that happens with the TSM composition, right? We want to see Envy being very proactive on the defense side. If they're going to give up map control early, they need to either regain it in mid or regain it on the opposite side of the map. They cannot let TSM slow grind these rounds. It has been their bane. It's been their weakness. They need to get ahead of it. They need to get active and need to regain their confidence, like especially in this first half.
All right, time to see if Envy can do the Envy things and adapt to what TSM has been proving on the day, or if it's going to be a renewed TSM to try and take this grand finals down in 4. Let's get to Ascent and find out with the casters. It's none other than Uber and Wyatt.
On their road to this particular match, Envy had only dropped one map over the entirety of their upper bracket run here at the end of stage 3. They have now dropped 2 in a singular game to TSM, and all the fire and fury that they brought into the first map seems to have kind of just fizzled out. Hoping to see that little break and a move over to a more familiar territory here in Ascent would assist them, but it looked a bit rough. We used the Inspire pun a whole lot, but Envy were lacking a little bit of that edge that got them into pole position early on in the series.
Yeah, I just have not been loving the macro game on the past 2 maps with the ISO Yoru looks outside of that Haven attack. But perhaps they can bounce back here, starting defense with the double duelist, Jet Yoru comp. Very crew-esque. And honestly, at least compared to crew, they were finding some serious success in some of their games running this in Americas this past stage. It's just a hyper aggro comp. You're constantly fighting for extremities with these duelists, with the getaway mechanics. If these Envy players can start to heat back up, maybe they can take over the game. Last map, honestly, pretty quiet. You know, especially Eggster, who started off hot, but didn't have a great performance on Lotus. You know, with this, I think with this comp, with the strategy, he's got to really start to activate again.
Okay, so that's 2 duelists on the Envy side, unsuccessful in their early endeavors. Poppin, bro, he's got to send for the blood. He's chasing his Albert boy and punished for it. Okay, we have not gotten off the runway comfortably, if you're a defending team fan, but at least Inspire able to make it a bit more reasonable, these odds. Exa spotted out early by Kimondo and chunks down to 48. So waiting for Inspire to join here, but we have a door down. We have a post plant set up. TSM confidently working in towards this A side after forcing a gate crash out of the all route. So Exa, the one and A main early in the round, now has to return to a very different landscape. No longer is he at home here.
Player standing.
Come on. Even though he sends him home pretty bloody quickly. And it'll be Timotino set up by Jan. A nice pistol to take. And off to the races go TSM.
Yep, just winning out some of those crucial duels. I like how they set up that post plant. Vor just has the shock dart ready the second the door breaks. Doesn't get a bunch of damage, but it just provides more delay. GMD gets that damage onto Eggster as well. They're just putting themselves in great positions here. Alvin in mid, cutting off those B rotates. TSM are really hitting individually, I gotta say, especially Alvin. I'm really impressed with his play so far today.
You're dead right. I'm watching him very closely after that Lotus performance. He's 16-13. And 3-1 in first kill, first death. So definitely an important role player there. The map with Vora actually was able to come alive, but that was the domain of our desk. We discussed that already. Now Envy. How do they turn this sort of save round into something a little bit more special? Right now, just be patrolling the outsides of this dark cover. Alvin is a lot more passive, I think, as a lurk player compared to Inspire. Very carefully playing around his own tripwire on the A side of the map, and dark cover's down. It's time to go. All of Envy have fallen back, but they did get the door down. Just not really relevant here in this kind of setup, as TSM are going to move straight through. All of them grouped up in B main. Now looking for a fight. Iron already down through the boxes on the side. Poppin's going to be forced back out into the open by the Paranoia. Inspire, the only player able to find anything. And Extra has to now come through into yet another hostilely held site.
Jumps over the wall, but basically over for him. There hasn't really been a game for, TSM in this series, or a map rather, where you've had like a one-player takeover situation. But in terms of the impact that some of these guys are having, for me right now, Seven and Alvin have been just outsized in terms of the impact of what they're doing for their team. Been really, really impressed by the two of them. Let's see what they can make of this bonus round, carrying over the majority of the weapons. We're just going to have a Sheriff here. Nothing too remarkable happening in this round. Stack from Envy, but they don't accomplish much as players are just getting spammed through some of the architecture. No cash for an AWP yet for Envy. Will be critical at some point to get that online, though. You really want to get that in the hands of at least one of your duelists to control some of these lanes on the map.
Oh, Timo's done it again. I mean, last map, Lotus, he was 6-0. First kill, first death. Whereas Extra, conversely, 2-6. So, very different story at the start of this series. I think Kane is still 13 and now 6 in those encounters. But TSM have really been good early. And they've converted nicely on these 5v4s to boot. So it's a drift back in the B direction now, a bit of a re-hit that will leave only Inspire at this site, at least for this next little window.
And you just have Kane there trying to timing that recon to get back into main, but that's not going to be enough to just try and basically dry post up back on the angle. Has no utility support. Timatino in, great recon. Inspire catches him.
Looks like a tripwire actually walked into. Unclear. Something pinged him out anyway. Inspire good for just the one, but outside of that, Envy had long since gone across the map. And Seven is ready and waiting for Poppin to try and step up. There's a player out of market down, and a player who very quickly got over towards defender spawn side in this same position Ion's about to take up. TSM, pretty clean. Converting on a bonus here would be massive for this attack side team.
Cover going out. You can just have GMD really bide his time here in B main for the backstab. Even if things do begin to get dangerous for TSM, he should be the insurance policy.
Next is cleared one. Seven Tarks on Speedway. Gimon's going to find his timing. Having that player in B main is always a big problem for the team that's attempting to retake. Now Gimon can join, or at least imply he's joining the rest of his team. But he's here in B main, and oh boy, he's giving Ion the roundabout. No idea where the Omen was. And I've got to feel like odds of winning on this map in general get a lot nicer when you convert on that bonus. TSM up to 3 here. And Envy knocked back down into the economic doldrums.
Just take a look at the state of the economy as well for TSM after this round win. Vora upgrades his Bulldog to a rifle at the last moment. It all begins to spiral, though, when Kane at the beginning of the round just goes for that dry re-swing back into B main. Timatino's posted up on the angle, gets a free kill. There's no util to get him on that line, and he is just hard punished for that decision.
So once again, we're looking for Envy to go for something a little bit novel. Something that isn't so readable for TSM. All we have to do is sit there and let the game come to him. Ion at least is able to secure a trade, so not a terrible result for Envy, who only have Sheriffs and Inspires Bucky in the game.
And look, things could obviously get dangerous now that TSM will be exposed to every single angle on their executes, not having any smokes, but is the Envy weaponry really strong enough to even exploit that fact? Feels a bit unlikely. And TSM have got a great timing to get into this site. Inspire, into the cage, had the opportunity, but the Bucky shot goes wide to the right, and the round should be as good as done.
We've only got one chance to get that right, unfortunately. Inspire pushed off that boathouse position. Knew that he'd be hoping to get 2 kills out of that, but had to leverage the element of surprise. And it seems like TSM so far have been ready for everything. Again, there's a player in B main that looks very threatening. Kane, fortunate not to go down the first time, and now Poppin is trying to trade it, but Alvin had the better weapon, doesn't matter. Ion has a rifle. He just made use of it there, trying to make his way in. A good paranoia on towards logs, but there's no one to follow up on it. It's just Ion v the world. With 45 points of health and an Odin trained in his approximate direction, he knows this is about to get dicey. Up to the site. A tap already down to 13. Now tuck. No, there's no way he's doing this. There's no way he's doing this. He's gotten into half, and 7 has to get the job done. The honest way. Steps up with the shorty. TSM stacked their 4th.
Envy were able to deal an unlikely amount of damage, I think, to some extent, but that's just going to be ultimately irrelevant when you factor in TSM winning that bonus round, leaving with most of the rifles and getting upgrades from it. Getting a few kills. Who really cares at this point? Envy need actual rounds on the board. 4 already on attack with this comp is pretty outrageous.
Now, of course, we have our regularly scheduled tech pause. So we're going to just bide our time for that one. White also will be stepping aside for just a moment. So you have me. Now, I'd chat with you guys in chat, but we are delayed slightly. But I do think the idea of Kane wanting to get out of this game to play Clash Royale is quite funny. Extremely based. So, Exeter, looking ahead towards the next round, obviously get an operator for Envy. This is the big investment. This definitely represents their best opportunity so far to get into the game in a meaningful manner. And once again, as per usual, I'm waiting on the reason for the technical pause.
That is the Inspire disconnect.
Okay. You know, back in the day, when we played COD 4, we used to this is what we used to just like pause the game and disconnect, so we didn't have to look at our scoreboard anymore, because obviously it reset when you come back into the game. So you have the cosmetic disconnects by players like at halftime, because they've got like crap score lines and they don't want to keep seeing it every time they hit shift. I was a big fan of that personally. It's really all about mindset. Unfortunately, it doesn't work here on the tournament realm.
Suffering a mental damage.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to look at the 4 and 20. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'll get it off my screen. No, thank you.
No way to customize the HUD to
This
get rid
looks
of
like
that.
every Mimi gaming photo I've ever seen, by the way.
Oh, that one?
Head first into the camera, yeah.
Yeah, the Sage was kind of giving, do you have any games on your iPad energy?
It's giving, guys, please come out to Saltail for dinner.
Yeah, that's funny for maybe 2 people that are watching.
Yeah, just you and I. Yeah.
Yeah, and the 2 people are us.
Yeah. I do. I mean, I think jokes for self-satisfaction should be embraced a little bit more, honestly. What is Inspire cooking here?
Okay, when we get back into this, I mentioned the operator earlier and how important that was going to be. Envy do finally have the economy to be able to get things rolling with that. You do desperately want it with this comp. So you can push up aggro one part of the map, try and funnel players into that Cypher setup ideally. It's just going to start with just facing down mid the entirety of TSM. Set up towards A main. Matino's going to pop the Blade Storm, and it looks like they want to just get right in, dash to the top of Gen.
Kane under some pressure, but Isle's been able to give them an edge here from inside that smoke in hell. And there it is, Exeter very quickly able to get back onto the site, deploy yet another gate crash, and put that op to work. Come on here. Trying to play ahead of the ping. I kind of like that idea. He actually wins it out. He is popping, but there will be a second layer as Inspire is rejuvenated. Rejoining the server and delivering what needs to be done there to get Envy on the board here on this defense side. And they better hope there's plenty more rounds where that came from.
There are just a couple critical pieces of defensive utility there, or rather Envy used, which is Ion throwing down that anchoring sight smoke. Timatino gets really disconnected from the pack coming through main because of that. And then, as you mentioned, it's Exeter just having the gate crash. He's playing in mid, but immediately gets to heaven to try and help his teammates defend. They've got 3 players there, and make it look very, very easy.
Once again, same approach. Same gate crash set up for Exeter to bolster A if there's a fast hit. Here. Much slower approach for TSM. And they really caused the pace of the game to come to a standstill on Lotus. Timo, that's a little bit nerve-wracking, but no Odin to spam that position out. So he backs away, but he's lost, giving up control at least of B main.
More than anything, TSM just have to be hyper concerned about the AWP being on the field at this point. Vora does still have that drone to try and clear Eggster off of something, force a gate crash away. It's going to be used right now to get into tree, which is being smoked off. So heavy implication from TSM that they're trying to work the side of the map. GMD is aware, catches Kane, has his ult, by the way, so he can just group up with the rest of the team when they go for this B exec. And it's only Inspire to try and hold them off. Poppin was, you know, near and playing spawn, but has rotated away. He's just now trying to get back.
Cyber Cage here being traversed by Timo's. Poppin is going to be caught out or kept out of the fight by this slow wall. Inspire also suffering. That's inside Boathouse. And Sephora can just flop on down and take an easy kill. Spy not ready for it all. Now that dark cover keeps the rest of Envy out of this game, and they're headed to Save Town, folks. That is a 5th attack side round for TSM out of 6.
Are TSM going to try to hunt? It doesn't really look like it. I mean, Timatino certainly could try to go for it. The money isn't too bad. Won't hurt if they lose a weapon, but doesn't seem like they'll have any real opportunity to do so. What a heads-up play from GMD to just hard clear wine like that. But on top of it, TSM throw down some good utility just before he does that. I mean, really mere seconds before, which is having Vora get up the catwalk, drone re-clear into tree, while the dark cover from GMD goes down to smoke off that cross at the steps. So it's just all really making Envy think that something is going to go on towards A, that there's going to be a split coming in. They're trying to get from cat to tree. There is presence in A main, but no, GMD is just able to teleport out, and they go for that B exec. It drew everyone from Envy away from B except for Inspire.
What do you think the odds are that we get this Odin heavy approach at tier 1 in the next couple of months?
No, I mean 100%. It is
like a precursor to champs.
It is 100%. I think NRG were maybe like a little bit ahead of the curve. But more than anything, it's just coming down to the map pool. It's just because we have Ascent, Corrode, and Lotus in the map pool at the same time. So the Odin is just overpowered on, you know, damn near half the pool. Like, we're just gonna see it constantly unless we get a series of, you know, like, whatever, we're playing Bind and Abyss and whatever else, right? So we are going to see it constantly. And Haven, it's like relevant enough as well. You know, can be used a little bit more optional. But if you're playing defense on either Ascent, Corrode, or Lotus, you should 100% have one.
I wonder if that also extends to this Sage play that we've been seeing. Because Seven has been very happy to sit on this agent.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to see more teams trying Sage for sure.
I mean, already
since, the recent buffs just we've seen it come to fruition with Seven a bunch of times where he's able to put some crazy wall up from the longer range. All right, Eggster Paranoid has to get away. This is just fast right in from TSM.
I mean, Poppin is surely aware that Timo's just gone overhead here, but knows he can't do much about it. And he's better served trying to fight here in main. The Odin, though, well, death taxes and getting sprayed down by 1 billion bullets a second. That is exactly what Seven's offering. Extra inside the smoke, the little right click, and okay, something's brewing here. Something a little on the spicier side. Seven almost wins that, which I think is egregious, personally. The fact that it's that close. Kane and Extra have 13 health between the two of them. And Alpha Boy's got the right weapon to spam a way out of the cyber cage, though, comes the flash. Nice little 1-2 set play. Extra setting that up. And there's Envy back in it.
Some good anchoring from Poppin and main. He gets the one, which is kind of nullified by the res, but then he's still able to get the second. So gets the res out. Ends up essentially going 1-for-1, stalls pretty heavily too. So the rest of Envy are able to get that rotate in towards spawn.
This is the nice finish. Pure and simple. Okay. Sexter keeps the op. This time it's an A main. Look, Gimon. It's not a fake TP. You've got to know, yeah, there's got to be maybe something a little more to dig out that player playing close. He was hoping it wasn't an op, but unfortunately, hope doesn't get you there. Not in a game like this. Not in a Challengers final. So now down to 4.
Yeah, now TSM are in a situation where GMD goes down right away, and they're going up against very good weapons with no smokes to cover up any angles that they're going to be walking through, and they're going up against an op, so that is miserable.
It's about as punishing as it gets. I always feel like the round's almost over when you lose your controller first. Can TSM fight for this B side? So far, not too shabby. Honest Fury, but I don't know if it's backed up by... Okay, it is backed up by some solid info, or Vora just got caught in the blast. Either way, it's to the favor of Envy. Now Timo drops down. Inspire, happy for a 1-for-1. He's got the numbers, and Ion very quickly comes in for a trade. Here we are, stacking up these rounds. TSM likely already pretty satisfied with what they've been able to achieve on this attack side, and now be able to rotate out and buy some weapons properly.
They do still have enough for a buy here if they want to commit, and it would just be 7 on a low buy. So not too bad. And they have the Hunter's Fury. Feels like they definitely want to go for this right now. I mean, yeah, really, on that last round, it's just losing GMD immediately, right? They feel like they then need to get into that B site ASAP, and Inspire had an interesting little setup where he's back site, and I couldn't tell, I didn't see from the point of view. It was either a trip or a cam. I think they got a ping in the, you know, sliding door in market, and then he just got a free spam kill. It was pretty cool. Easy way for him to get one.
That was that last round moment where Imon TPs across, tries to take a fight on A main, but doesn't realize that it's an op angle that's being held against him. So we have a timeout now for TSM. Likely just game planning a little bit around this buy, which mostly gets them back into the game. Well, you'll notice with the exception of 7. It'll just be a stinger for him.
So there's going to be a reasonable committal here from TSM. We'll still have more for this next round, just in case they lose as well. Looks like Kane wants to maybe tempt fate and just get out of the smoke. Nah, not going to do it. Just going to hold that cat cross. The dark cover will allow safe passage for TSM. Timotino crossed into tree.
Oh, God. Alvin is ready for something like this. If you watch the tape, you know that we do get these pushes up out of mid by Kane on occasion. Did some ferocious things on his way here. Man, this is all TSM all the time. They are hitting this side far too hard, and Envy are reeling. Poppin trying to work on all angles. Even Hunter's Fury committed to the engagement. X is off now, has to do the work of extricating Envy from, God, another round handed over to TSM on this attack side. And there's no connection on that shot. Money less of the issue. Inspire and Ion did buy down pretty low. And I think Axel will just get what he can before sheepishly backing away. And these rounds have felt long, but mostly because Envy's had to save a lot.
TSM get a nice little Hunter's Fury execute off. Kane goes for the solo play in mid, but is shut down by Alvin. That is a very, very important moment, right? I mean, aside from just the kill, if Kane gets that, he's also going to be very quickly flanking through grass. So all of a sudden, the players that are on TSM executing into the site have to deal with the anchors in front of them and pressure behind them. That would have been a lot to deal with.
Obviously,
Alvin shutting him down there. Yeah.
And I think as he realized there's 2 players like inside on Cat, or rather in Cubby, he wants to try and crunch with the tree player. But TSM like read this well in advance to just sit Alvin in mid. So tell you what, Kane is definitely going to push out, and it's really just a matter of if you're patient enough to see him coming. Turns out he was.
Envy are buying down to effectively nothing in this round. If TSM convert here, they will be in prime position to have a very, very dominant half on attack with this Sage comp.
And the series hangs in the balance on Ascent. Envy are chasing TSM's 2 maps they've already won. And this is Envy who got both bans at the start of the series and choice of map to start with.
This is as aggro as it gets. Eggster holding top cat so Kane can just fight through tiles. Drone going to force him away. Not sure if that got the spot on Eggster. I don't think it went deep enough.
Here. Regardless, TSM don't like what they see there, so they're going to allow Envy to have control about 2/3 of the map right now, and Kane is getting even more for his money. I mean, obviously their tripwire is set for a push out of A, so Kane can get right forward here. Needs one. There's no tailwind ready, but okay, just the shoulder peek around the corner just gives a little bit. Cloudburst thrown down. Eventually, he is put out of the game. Now TSM, though, with 40 seconds left, have to start re-clearing back into the map. And it's a drift back over towards B, which is well held and full of Sentinel util.
30 seconds on the clock right now, so they're going to begin to feel a little bit of time pressure rushing through B main. Poppin and Inspire trying to anchor. Multiple trips for the site, and Seven is caught just getting on that wall, trying to get up top.
A great read from Inspire. He's ready, trained on that particular location. He and Poppin combine at least to try and keep it even here on the side. It's down to Alvin and Gimon, who has his back turned to Poppin as he emerges from Boathouse. Simply too many angles to run. And look, I guess a very simple process of putting Kane aggressively in mid and having his back watched meant that TSM ultimately didn't have enough time to come up with a good answer.
Yeah, maybe feeling like they didn't want to run into that op over on the A side. But either way, maybe you're a little bit too...
probably the pivotal one there.
Yeah, and I mean, still has the full setup on the site, right? So that is going to be pretty tough to clear with basically no time. Timotino is going to pick up the attack up, and his wall boosted. That's so sick.
Bro, I mean, X's mouth wide open after that happened. Looks like there's always something new from TSM. And now the neural theft shows Poppin set up for contact in B main, a position he undoubtedly will now have to give up.
Timotino is so prepped as well for someone to try to push through B main. Kane is just totally shut down. This round has to be converted for TSM. It's only Ion on the site. Forced to make some sound. Paranoia to delay. Gonna give himself a smoke to try and anchor within.
I don't know what Timo's looking for, but Ion's been able to get away to Jen, at least for the time being. Also gets an isolated 1 versus 1, but Timo found Inspire. And now has it upper control. We are looking at the down the barrel of 7 attack side rounds for TSM, where every once more have to be reactive, which is not a role they're comfortable in. They've tried. They get Kane 0 up mid 1 round, he gets killed. They try it yet again, this time with extra coverage for him, and it pays off. But it seems to only take 1 round or so for TSM to adapt, and that boost into mid now is something Envy... I mean, fortunately for them, not much time left in this half, not many more rounds. But they're going to have to be very aware of that possibility now.
Yeah, Poppin just gets shot in the back, forced to have to attempt to save the AWP because the money is just not ideal, not the best. He has a Judge no armor.
Yeah, I mean, not where he wants to be. Might opt to just play inside B main. In that similar position to last round. He got pinged out with the neural theft, so I had to give it up, but I'm sure he can be effective there. He's going to have to be playing by the door for the time being.
Get out of my way.
Thanks to this time, not in the cushy position of having an op holding A main, has to play more towards wine. We had Gimon just straight up clear that last time there was a player set up there.
Ion is ready to throw that paranoia at a moment's notice. Also just back up towards Jen, though. Great kill from Egster, and does have the gate crash to escape backside.
I think Gimon was ready for that, but Timo with knives. I feel like he threw them all out, but up, there's the Odin. I was wondering when that would get back involved in the game. What was that from Timo? Around the corner, and Egster, not a chance to respond.
Look at Alvin as well. He's up in mid towards Pizza.
Yeah, I don't know what is supposed to be done there. Alvin is out of thrust deep down mid, but now will be a backstab threat. But one that's not necessary, given the tree play is down. Kane steps up, Timo sits him down. It's another Timotino game, folks. We've been waiting a couple of maps for this one, but we get it. And a 4-round defense side for Envy is not going to feel enough heading into the second half of this, what could be a decider map.
TSM are on fire right now. Oh my god, Timotino is dominating. We haven't really had a map where he is just fully taken over the game in the last 2 series, it feels like, but maybe there's just something about Ascent. I mean, that was the map yesterday he did go crazy on. They just didn't win. They weren't able to close it out. It was a 13-11 for Core despite him dropping 27 kills. So he is praying that all of his good efforts today playing this Jet on Ascent will not be going up in smoke as they did yesterday in that lower final. It's been a hell of a start for him. Gonna pick up the Sheriff on this pistol. Trying to take a fight down mid, perhaps.
Or at least set up in case Envy try and work that part of the map. Can they get market control back quickly enough? No! Okay, Kane just turns up out of nowhere and Vora makes him disintegrate. Now push off market, brimming with confidence, TSM. What a time for it. Now though, the fight starts to break down a little bit more, but Seven will be able to back Alvin up. Defense side pistol one. TSM are getting the best of everything here on Ascent.
We are so close to a TSM upset win. Last time these two teams met up, Envy beat them 2-0. Now TSM might take the grand finals. Envy feeling some serious pressure are going to force up 4 stingers and a Bucky for Kane, who has just been getting shut down on this map.
I don't know, man. I think this TSM team has really, really impressed us. Obviously making some big changes and losing a star player, coming into this stage or more recently. It's tough, but Teammate's been the perfect solution for them. Team with great macro play and who's felt, like I've said, more consistent and stable in the games we've seen now from them in challenges. Envy are a gaggle over towards his B side and they want to get into the site with these stingers on the A side.
Going to have to deal with multiple trips. Anchor set up for Alvin. Boy, this is where he has absolutely thrived in Extra. That is a really aggro play. Oh, the trip as well.
Spike down, B.
They just walked into it. Cybercage here at least will give them a moment to try and collect themselves, but where do you go from here? There's some control that's starting to be taken, but I don't think that part of the map's going to be a factor. Ion is stuck here with a simple mandate. Get us out of this round alive. TSM still with 3 weapons to work with. And Kimon likely positioned to upgrade his at the end of the round. High-low setup. 7 set up to fight on the corner if Ion tries to go for it. Try and break up this into 2 1v1s, but 7's looking at him. Okay. Didn't win it out. Smoke had to be circumvented. So Ion's going to go for the fight. There's a Guardian and a Spectre. Kimon up close. Paranoia hits, and there it is. Timo closes out yet another round. TSM go to 10. And Envy are starting to look like they might not want to be here. This gun round has got to be inspirational.
That's set up from Alvin.
Stingers. Never mind.
Yeah,
Never mind.
They did get the plant, so the money is not horrendous in at least the regard that they can they're kind of just have like a half buy again to kind of send it. They're forcing onto the bull. All right, never mind. They are just full forcing again. I mean, when you're making decisions like that, it really does feel like the game is slipping out of your grasp and you are drawing at anything to just stay in it by any means necessary. Damn, you can hear TSM getting really hyped up after that. And why wouldn't they? Oh, another first kill for Timatino. Eggster has just been removed from the server with immediacy. 2 rounds back to back.
And what do they got?
I mean,
Kane is going to have to go for it. He knows it.
Just executing into B, running into these trips again and again. Vora and Alvin, the 2 anchoring here.
Paranoia through the side. Fighting on over towards that defense side, but okay, Ion's having to get through at least. Kimon though sees the Bucky coming. Stinger, pretty appropriate for that kind of situation, and he asks for more, steps up, and stomps down on Poppin's hopes in this round. Envy, of course, they had to take a gamble and go for a Stinger Force. That hasn't worked out. The next round, of course, is looking similarly ugly. And now we're just on this weird forced roller coaster, man.
Yeah, exactly. They are just absolutely spiraling economically. They're just going to force again. They don't want TSM to get to match point. Fully investing in Bulldogs, a Bucky, whatever they could get. Eggster just dry swings out, cooked. Kane is just jumping into a smoke. This is just devolving into individuals trying to scrape for any little advantage they can find, and they're currently not finding any. B hasn't been working. Time to just hit A, I guess, but
it's over, man. This game is so unbelievably cooked. Singed even. Black into the edges. Envy look like they are out of steam, and they do not look like they particularly want to be here. I'm just going to keep it 100 with you. The forces continue because they must until morale improves or the game ends, whichever one happens first. And I think we all know which that is. TSM, match point. coming up from lowers here against the odds.
It's
Envy
crazy.
getting the pick of map and 2 bans still doesn't matter.
This went from being a very close neck and neck game into a genuine crumble from Envy at the final moment. TSM are absolutely ruining them.
Okay, I mean, that was pretty fundamental. Kimon just holds his ground. Trap getting triggered now as Exeter gets in onto the side. There is a ping of a player, and Alvin is going to be there from Gen. It is all falling apart in a screaming heap. Not with a roar, but with a whimper. Envy are threatening to go out of this series. And Exeter and Inspire have got to put together a 1-2 punch that will echo throughout Challengers history in a round like this. 2v4 against, of course, that same annoying Odin from 7. Yamon already credited with a kill in this round. And Timo waiting for a push around the corner. Flash does hit. Inspire's able to find one, but there's 7 again. It'll be poetic for the game to end with the Odin. The Dimensional Drift gets used now as Exeter. His position pretty obvious. And him having just picked up the spike means 7 knows where he's going to come from. He makes sound. He emerges in A main. And he gets on out of there. Over to B. The last hope for Envy.
They threw out a really nice gate crash that basically goes cross map. This would have to be quite the heroic play. And even if Exeter does win this, Envy would need to win another 7 rounds in a row to take this to OT. I can't believe what we've just seen from this TSM defense side. Just over the past few rounds, Envy have just been slamming their heads into a brick wall. They feel like they've just completely folded over.
This is winnable. Someone of X's caliber can definitely get himself out of this in one piece. Some early damage, but of course, oh God, just a rage bait, everybody. It's the Odin that gets it done, and TSM come up from the lower bracket and claim the victory here in Stage 3 of Challengers. Off to Ascension now with a spring in their step and the knowledge that right now, they are NA's #1.
What a win to get. The CSM team, they were forced to make changes midway through the year, and man, they have paid off. All 3 of their new additions were really fantastic today. They all had their moments. Timatino, he was a little bit slow early, but he gave us one of the takeover maps to close things out. 7 was so consistent across the series. For me, he is definitely the MVP of today. On defense, I think Alvin Boy is such an intelligent Sentinel player. He gets high value kills, but he survives when he needs to survive, plays around his utility well, allows for everyone else to flood back in and retake at the right times. TSM looked really fantastic today. Stunned that they were able to win this, but in that fashion as well. The last several rounds, it really did just feel like Envy kind of gave up. They were just running into the sites, getting absolutely flattened on the entry. That was a pretty sick win for TSM. Really impressed. And to like peak at this time, heading into Ascension as the other team, that's got to feel real good.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the other side of the Envy coin, one that has shown up a couple of times, I guess, on their run. But as Roy was saying, only what, like 4 in sort of 4 officials have they really shown this side of them. I don't think like you're feeling super confident about, you know, being represented by a team that just disappears in a game like that, because the mental hurdles they're going to have to overcome when they get to Ascension are absolutely going to be in place. It's going to be land, the atmosphere, the pressure, it's all going to be on. So Envy, it's a seeding game. They know it. They can take a breath, come back, but they definitely want to put a better foot forward when it comes to Ascension and representing this region. TSM, though, congrats to them. They have looked very good. And for an org who said that if they don't ascend, they might be done in Valorant, this is also promising. Much more to break down, of course, over a 4-map series that could have gone the distance. And Envy, had they not fizzled out, will, of course, go to our experts to break things down and take us home.
what Core needs to do. Moves, delivering SCA. The head of them. Ion isolates 1, 2, 3, and the 4.
30 seconds left. Speed. One enemy remaining.
On a good day, we can beat anybody.
We're just planning on winning this one and going to Ascension and showing the same.
Congratulations to your stage 3 champions, TSM, a team that has rebuilt, overcome the obstacles, and is going to take down this grand finals in a spectacular fashion. I mean, going into the series, we had laid it out pretty simply. This looked tough for TSM. Envy have been the top team. They took down TSM at the beginning of the playoffs, but on the day, TSM looked so strong. And I mean, Roy, getting into that final map, that wasn't even close. TSM just kind of rolled them over at the end.
Yeah, by the end, it felt like TSM had completely dismantled them, Sierra. Mentally, strategically, in terms of individual confidence, the morale, all of it, it felt like it was all in TSM's hands by the end of the series. But, I mean, I have to say, this is the most TSM of all finishes, right? People have doubted them all year. People have criticized the roster changes. They even made more roster changes headed into this split. And for it to pay off in this way, for them to look this good by the end of, by that, like, absolute last, right before the finish line is insane, guys.
An incredible team and a very well-deserved win today for TSM. Everybody had their doubts on not only the stage and the roster itself, but on what they were going to be able to do today. And after that first map, it was complete domination, a very clear understanding of how they were going to force their own game plan into Envy. And that's not something that people can say that they've been able to do before. That's why Envy barely has any losses, because it's a team that's so hard to deal with. But TSM was incredible today. Everybody had their moments. I think Timotino on this map was incredible as well. But everybody was just on their A game. They knew that they wanted to win the stage, and finally for TSM, they're able to win a stage. That is not something that happened to them before. They were second place last year before going into Ascension, losing against M80, and other times not even getting the results that they wanted. This time around, it was a lower bracket run from round 1 to make it all the way to the grand finals, to face Envy once again in a best of 5 and finally win. I mean, it's just so poetic the way that TSM had this run and the way that it finishes for them.
I think for me, like, the one thing when I'm looking at TSM play the game is you can very clearly tell the growth, right? Like their attack sides are a lot more complete. There's more depth to them. There's more layers to it. They have so many like different pathways and how they want to mid round and kind of how they want to approach the map. And even when you look at the defensive sides as well, you see so much of that synergy, so much of that team play that, you know, sometimes we kind of always seen glimmers of, right? But today it felt like we got the full display. Like they were on point. They were playing extremely well together. The team play, the micro, the interruption, just like the mind games, all of it was just, it has looked so great for TSM here in this final game.
It ultimately also comes from understanding themselves as the team of what do we want to run? Where are we running this composition? Are we just copying a composition from anyone else, or are we trying to make it our own? And that's what we saw with the Sage on Lotus and Ascent, them finding a way that works for them, obviously utilizing the operator, the Odin, everything. That was just little win conditions that when you add everything together work out so well for TSM. So it's a very well-deserved win from them.
And to be able to see this TSM finally come together like this is just really, really nice, because TSM was a team that from the beginning of the year was always like, they have these talented players, they have this talented core. What happens when we have seen those downfalls? And a team, it could be worrying when we see all of these switches, but to see them going into this now and looking at peak TSM, I just think is so exciting for the team, especially too with the new additions just being so highly praised on their individual teams before, to see how well they've slotted into the team now. I feel like now going into Ascension, TSM have that little extra bout of confidence, and I have that confidence in them as well, and it's really, really nice to see. But I mean, going into the series, there was one person that well and above did so good. And we have to talk not just about Seven, but 2-7, who we are talking about must be the MVP of this series. I mean, Seven, congratulations on the series win. Stage 3 winners. You get to head into Ascension as the Stage 3 champion. How are you feeling?
Honestly, it's hard not to like smile. I'm very happy about it.
Talk to me about this series, because in the playoffs, It was Envy that knocked you down into this lower bracket, and Envy have been regarded as the team. You take them down in 4 maps, and in a sense, that wasn't really close. So talk to me about that.
I mean, yeah, Envy's a really good team. I feel like they have had our number on us like a lot of the times we played them. I always like this whole run that we have. It's very similar, like reminiscent of my old run, where we also lost like first round of playoffs, and then we just go all the way to the lower bracket. And honestly, like I'm happiest that I even tweeted about it. Like it's not like a repeat of last year where we go all the way and then at the very end we just bomb out. I think also as a competitor, like you're always trying to one up yourself. So for me, like making Ascension was just like the baseline, right? I wasn't too excited about it. Obviously, I'm happy, but not too excited about it. But winning this and actually like one upping my old year, it's an accomplishment that I'm proud of for sure.
Does now winning this make you more excited for Ascension now? Because now you've won this thing, you can win the next thing? Or is it still like this was the goal you wanted to achieve and Ascension's just that next step?
Like I said, it's always about one-upping yourself. So, like I said, we made Ascension last year. So making it this year doesn't really mean too much for me. We have to really, being number 1 here kind of doesn't really matter if you go to Ascension and then you lose out, So you just got to carry like the entire momentum that we have from here all the way to Brazil and try to win everything.
You just keep going on. And I love how you keep talking about like one-upping yourself as a competitor. And I feel like we've gotten to see a lot from you this season. I mean, you were tweeting about that you've played 10 different agents throughout Challengers now. We've gotten to see such a consistent performance about you. And I want to talk about your own growth because you and the rest of TSM, I feel like have grown so much throughout this.
I mean, yeah, I feel like I've always been very flexible. And I've always had my moments here where I shine. But honestly, like as much as I can say, like I'm very happy with my performance as an individual, I am far more like happy that we can come as a team and we can all play at this such a like high consistent level. Like I love my teammates very dearly. My coach also, I love him. I love them all. They're like family to me. So like it's just like especially me, because I'm a person that I kind of need a system to perform. If I can't rely on my teammates, if I'm, always thinking about somebody else, like it's gonna affect my own game. So the fact that I can put 100% of my trust into my teammates and I know they got my back no matter what, it lets me do what I want freely with like no hesitation. And I think that's the most important part.
I love to hear that because this iteration of TSM is just looking so good right now. And we've seen so much growth for the team and everyone coming together. Do you think this is now the peak TSM heading into Ascension, or you still feel like there is this next level that all of you guys can achieve? Because you guys have only been together for a stage, which seems crazy to see with how you guys play together.
Oh, I mean, 1,000,000% there's always room for improvement. I mean, I'm sure my coach has like thousands of notes over like the last couple of matches that we played that just hasn't sent over for us yet because we want to focus on the games. But there's always room for improvement. And like you said, we're still a new team. But the important part is that we just keep on pushing and we always try to, like I keep saying, one-upping ourselves.
Well, I'm definitely looking forward to that for Ascension 7. Congratulations on this one. Best of luck in Ascension tournament. And thanks for chatting.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, back over. Roy, I'd love to hear how much, like, talking about the system and the teammates, that's so heartwarming. It was such a deserved win today, too. That was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, very, very wholesome. I really love that interview. It's a nice insight. Obviously, there's a lot of like value being placed on the team synergy and kind of how things are working internally and sort of the team dynamic. And I feel like we got a little bit of insight into that. Seems like the vibes are up. They just had a huge win against Envy. They looked super dominant. And a part of me believes that like their lower bracket run has almost been a blessing for them, right? Because they got so many of that well-deserved high pressure reps. They kind of just ironed out a lot of their things. It feels like they've leveled up in this form. If they can bring that into Ascensions, if they can kind of translate that into a LAN environment, I feel like they're going to be good to go.
And now with Ascension next for them, I mean, Dan, that was the conversation as well, as making Ascension doesn't really mean too much if like you can't actually go out there and perform. I know it was a little bit more rough for TSM last year, but this current iteration that they've had, this run that they've had, I feel a lot more confident with TSM heading into Ascension this year.
The growth that the team has had is honestly incredible, not only with the core, but with the rookies that Seven was talking about. And I'm super excited to see them in Ascension. I feel like this is a team that just has a little bit of everything, right? They have insane aim. They have a really good macro of things that they want to do. And they bring that X factor of, well, you know, what the stage is going to be doing, how Timotino is going to be fragging out, a lot of specifics that I feel like makes them such a good and well-rounded team. And that's exactly what we need for Ascension, right? So going as the #1 seed, I'm very excited. I feel like everybody should keep their eyes on TSM for what they're going to be doing next.
And of course, for Envy, maybe this isn't the way that you wanted to be ending off the stage 3, but of course, when we are looking at this grand finals, it was a locked Ascension spot for both of these teams. So you have this opportunity to now bounce back, try and grow, and make sure that you could be good going on forward. And of course, we did have the 3 teams that are going their way to Ascension with TSM's win yesterday. It does mean that it is going to be none other than Winthrop University that gets that spot due to, of course, Qbert Academy being ineligible. So TSM, Envy, and Roy, Winthrop University to go to those play-ins. This is exciting time for Valorant.
Yeah, these are great representatives for our region. And I just want to give it a second shout out to TSM because I feel like they defeated every single top 4, like all the remaining other top 4 teams, right? They took down Winthrop, they took down Qbert and Envy in the grand finals. That's a massive step up from them. But yeah, I feel like TSM, Envy, Winthrop University, they're great representatives for our region. I'm excited to see how they're going to be performing on LAN. I'm excited to see their growth headed into that event. It is about a month away or so, give or take. So I feel like there's a lot more room for them to kind of iron things out and kind of reach their ultimate form for the remainder of the year and come in strong for that last event.
I am so excited to see Winthrop University. To them, it has to feel like a school field trip to Brazil to play and see what they're able to do. I can't. Like I said yesterday, I have so many questions. Do they have classes? Do they have to ask for permission? I mean, it's a big deal. It's the first university team that we have going into Ascension, having a chance to move up to VCT. There's a lot of, I feel like, questions that we're not going to be able to answer until we get to that point. But it's super fun. And it's a team that we've seen improving in the collegiate scene and also here as of recent. That's why they had so many points, right? The consistency for the entire year, the consistency that they had in collegiate, and now moving forward, I want a little chaos. What if Winthrop win it all?
There is definitely a lot of interesting storylines going to Ascension, and that is only from our region. So, of course, there's going to be so many teams, so many talented players that are all vying for their spot to try and prove that they have what it takes to make it into Americas. It has been an amazing year of Challenger, an amazing Stage 3, and amazing finals today, but that is it for us now. Make sure to be tuning into Ascension to see who is going to make their way into Tier 1, who has what it takes, and see some great competition. Thank you all so much for tuning in, everyone who's worked so hard to crush it on these broadcasts, and we'll see you soon.
Ecstasy's Timo come, loses it out. Okay. Now to be on Ion. His ultimate less relevant in this kind of situation. Timo would know how to govern this situation. And Ion just shuts him down. A sheer individual brilliance from basically every member of this ND squad at different times that nets him a comfortable 13-7 win.
I'm good in the clutch. I'm good in the clutch. I wanted you guys all to die so I can win the clutch. I want you guys to die so I can.
7 with a full passive utility and the Odin.
Inspire's caught trying to jump over the trip.
Thinking, I feel there's Alvin and there's 7. Knows Inspire was coming a mile off and it's down on Kane. Are we doing this? Contingency and a tap. Moving up. Caught inside the fault line though from 7 and he's going to get around it first. 4 kills from... We'll just spray down from that position.
Oh
Timo with a gun off those
God.
paint shells. It just can't get any worse. And of course he's earned it yet again. And he's got Envy scurrying. Alvin chimes in. Poppin has 12 health to spend. 4 plays he needs to get through. It ain't happening, fam. Forget about it. Jeez, what a...
Nice! Good fucking hold, guys. Good hold, baby.
They feel like they've just completely folded over.
This is winnable. Someone of X's caliber can definitely get himself out of this in one piece. Some early damage, but of course, oh god, just a rage bait, everybody. It's the Odin that gets it done, and TSM come up from the lower bracket and claim.
Let's go, baby!